But now let's officially get started with the new Bloodlands Necro. We're going to be resetting our whole skills. So we're going to refund everything. We're also going to refund the whole Paragon board. So everything goes out of the window. And we're rebuilding the new and enhanced Bloodlands build, especially with the Mutilator Plate. So let's put that bad boy piece already on. Before we do this, I need to find a position for my old gear. You know, I need to put my old gear so I don't lose this. That ring goes here as well. The amulet stays and the pants stay for now, even though we want to replace them in a bit. So we're going to put on the Mutilator Plate. And we're going to put on the Embalmer helmet, which also has total armor percentage. And look at my armor right now, guys. 11,000. We're going to put on the new wand for now. And we're going to put on the new gloves for now. Brings me to 12,000 without even having anything enhancing this. And we need to also put on the ring that will in the long run be a different ring. We do actually have this one here, which is bad, but we could put this effect on this ring here that I just found. Because that's critical strike and physical damage and maximum life. It's actually surprisingly the perfect ring. Like, I don't even know how that ring came to be. Just jumped out of the, you know, of the blue. I was like, surprise, mother trucker, I am here. So I'm going to yoink that off, and that is potent blood, and potent blood comes on this ring. Because that is now 17 essence whenever I eat a blood orb. That's huge. That's not like something, that's huge. Now we're also going to be adding... So howdy YouTube, good to see you there. This is live. If you want to contribute anything to the building, you can always do a skull. And we're at 12,500 armor. You need 13.5k for perfect armor on tier 100 dungeons, chat. Yep. And we get just 12.5 like this. Good. Now what we want is, we want... Wait, did I not reset all my skills? Wait, I reset all my skills. What did I miss? Reset, refund all, confirm. Yeah. Confusion. We're going to start with hemorrhage, and we're going to also do... I'm not sure if we're going to keep hemorrhage, though. We don't use fortify from hemorrhage right now. Then we do bloodlands and all 5 points in this, and we're going to do supernatural bloodlands. Also bloodlands with imperfectly balanced. We might do hood flash, but I'm not sure. We're going to do corpse explosion. Not sure if we need the other points here, and we're going to do 112 right now. We do want blood mist to make corpses for now. We do need distant enemies damage. We do need corpse tendrils with the plague. No, with the blighted corpse tendrils. That one goes into currently Bone Storm, but I want to go into Blood Mist. Okay, very important, chat. I want to go into Blood Mist in the long run. And we also go for Rathm's Vigor. Then we need the Inspiring Leader for the bonus attack speed, because that's insane for blood stuff. We need bonus healing. We need a chance to make a blood orb. We need this, that, and this upgraded. This is not worth it to put more points in because it's just more overpower, more fortify, but fortify is strong enough. And this one goes from a 3% chance to a 9% chance. Yikes. Like literally, what the fuck do you want from me? Let's go from non-existent to different non-existent, right? Lucas, greetings to Brazil. Dime also howdy. More damage. We could make the corpse explosion just do more damage. We get this one flexed out completely. It's a luxury problem that we don't actually have to put all these points. That's quite intriguing. We usually don't end up in here where we have the freedom of choice. It has a lot to do with actually not taking Iron Maiden. You know what we could do is we could like slam the points in here and we could yoink that point out of... More damage reduction. Oh no, we actually have all the points. No, we have all the points. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Yeah. Okay, so that's the skill bar. Then we have corpse tendrils, bloodlands, corpse explosion, blood mist, hemorrhage. Oh, I actually do have space for a curse. Bone storm. No, sorry. Yeah, no. Wait, why bone prison? What happened? Where do I have that point in bone prison from? Oh, macabre skills, fusion. Bone Storm. Oh, there you go. I'm crazy. Okay, we have Bone Storm. That one needs to swap. Yeah, Blood Mist. In the long run, I want to get rid of Bone Storm for Blood Wave. But for that, I need Temerity. Okay? So that's very important. Without Temerity, that won't work. Now we do the first Paragon. And then we're going to straight up jump into a tier 100 dungeon. Like, no compromises, no questions asked, tier 100 dungeon. Here as the first glyph, we can take Corporeal because that is more physical damage. Which is really funny because, well, that's what we do. Physical damage, right? I should go over the double willpower. Because that's more overpower, but actually the strength is a waste. We're going to start with a Flesh Eater still. This Flesh Eater is just good to go into. We might be playing Overpower, but Overpower can critical strike, so we still take the critical strike here. In this case, we're going to put the Essence Glyph in this one for maximum critical strike shebang. Take these two, take that, go out here. And what you technically want to do is you want to take these two too. Question rather, would it be better to, yeah, it would be better, yeah, we just go like this. Then I don't need these because we're resistanced out if I'm, no, actually we're not resistanced out. Oh, intriguing. We might have to actually take that. Oh, cool. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to take another resistance node. Most likely down the line. Yeah. There's a chance we take these, but not right now. There's also a chance where we replace this one through a different because we could boost this, but we need to check first. We got Bloodbath board, first and foremost. Bloodbath board stings because you don't get into the board ever good. There's no way to get into this board good. And the problem is also the amount of glyphs you have to take because technically you want the you don't want the fortified generation, you want the damage while fortified, and the damage while fortified. Right? And you also want that, like, this is what you technically want. And then you want every single node here. And then you want to go up. And this one is going to be... This could be willpower, actually. Never thought about this being willpower, but there is a world where I could turn this into a willpower haven. This one is usually... I mean, this is also not bad from a dexterity standpoint, because, like, as you can see here, this is kind of like dexterity. Vana. Let's actually take that essence and put it for now here. That's an easy 34 points without actually having to take any effort into my hands. Ah, it's crazy. See, you could take this, like, if you want to, and just, you're at 49. That means I can zip this one out, and I could add... What do we have? With Amplify was for Curse. Bissell was for... No, which other one? Was Sacrificial. Yeah, no active minions. Boom. Because Sacrificial only needs Intelligence to be activated. That means I can go out of all of these. And then I can, again, go back to this. Because now these resistance to all elements are being pushed. And we're also going to be doing more damage versus elites. More damage versus elites. Well, we take these two intelligence nodes, as we have to anyways take them. We could forgo these two dex nodes, and we could take another willpower node. More willpower is good. Yeah. It's a little bit better. Then we leave, and we're getting into the Blood Begets board, because we're taking blood gems the whole time. And this is even worse than the other one, because we need to take overpower, and technically we need to take everything. And then you also need to go into this, and you need to go over here into all of this, because this is all damage while picking up blood orbs, and that's what we do the whole time. We pick up blood orbs. Then you take overpower. Slam in the Dominate glyph, which we leveled yesterday. Thank you very much. And then technically you don't want the Blood Drinker. Why is this also the perfect node for dexterity? Because I'm just noticing, I never thought about it, right? But technically this one also has 1 dexterity, 2 dexterity, and then you have another 2 dexterity. And you need to take them to anyways get to the overpower. That's only 4 dexterity nodes, but it's just kind of like to what you need to do to actually get there. And then we would have to take the overpower nodes here. We get rid of that intelligence. And we get rid of another overpower. We want all the overpower. It's only 40 overpower though. It's actually pretty weak. All right, like technically you have here another overpower for a little bit blood orb healing. You would have here a little overpower, and you would ignore this one because it's completely useless. And this is like, it's so expensive to take everything out of that board, while just not being useful at all. We would definitely have to redo this Paragon board like 2-3 times to have it perfect. And now we would have to go over this one if we really do want to take everything crit-wise. But if we do take this, then we barely have a chance to actually activate this glyph here. That would be Imbiber for damage by healthy. And I would want to take that one for sure. So we're going to say goodbye to some of the... Say goodbye to that. Very easy. This would be a preliminary board. And that brings me up to 15,000 armor. Cool. I don't need the armor nodes as it seems. I thought I would need the armor nodes, guys, but we just randomly ended up with 15,000 armor, so I can say shit on these armor nodes because I'm 13,000 armored out without even having everything. That is quite funny. I will have to admit that I get all these armor nodes and it actually just works straight away. Let's keep that 1 Paragon point for now. I have nothing to really put that in. I'm a fortified generation, the least of it. Nothing really that works or helps with that. You're more armor than your bar. Well, so the thing is that the new Mutilator Plate, and this is cool. We're going to try another character, Druid. We're going to try Druid, yes. But we're just trying different things out, right? Started watching your stuff on Diablo. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm waiting for you to do this build. Yes, Bloodlands is going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. Also, Kenneth, greetings. Pleasure. I can't wait to make this work. So we have everything preliminary set up. So our Bloodlands gloss for the attack speed, this is 25% bonus armor, this is 25% bonus armor, and this is also 21% bonus armor, with the pants being another 25% bonus armor. It's crazy, right? So all the bonus armor in the world. We have the healthy blood orbs. We need to put gem into the wand as well for the overpower. And what we want to change is we want to get rid of the shield and the pants. So shield and pants are interchangeable. 22,000 life. Let's just jump straight up into a nightmare vault right now without even like pre-testing anything and just assume it works. Right? Runester, good to see you there. Moosey also, moin moin, pleasure. So it should definitely work already just zooming over things, right? That's unquestionable. And we should already be tanky. But it's just about the smoothness of the play. The basic idea is that we're activating Bone Storm, and then we're essentially just an unstopping calamity from the point on we activated Bone Storm. Because we're going to be making blood orbs, right? And then we're going to be making blood orbs, so we're just doing millions of overpower already. That's good to see. And every overpower gives us bonus attack speed, so we can just spam our shit faster. Yep. This is working exactly how I wanted it to work. Machine gun, Bloodlands. We actually managed to run out of essence. So if you run out of essence, you're just gonna make some corpses here, pull everything together, make more blood orbs, and boom, we're full of essence again. Because like, so when you pull everything together, you're essentially well. We're doing today, Spoony. Very good. When I just made like in a few seconds like my dream Bloodlands build. And did you see the heal I'm getting, chat? And now imagine the heal I'm getting, okay? The levels of heal you see me get here, and these levels of heal being turned with the Temerity pans, because that's what I want to have. I want to have the Temerity pans, and the Temerity pans are supposed to give me infinite barrier, because I always heal, I never not heal, right? And if I always heal and if I never not heal, like I'm essentially supposed to be. Oh yeah, and by the way, worst case scenario, we also have a basic skill that could refill our essence, Chan. So really worst case scenario, we still have that going on. But if I add now Blood Wave to the frame, I could easier take care of like the ginormous amount of minions here, because right now Bloodlands has the problem that Bloodlands kind of needs to pierce everyone. So you know, you need to shoot someone, and then you pierce him, and then you pierce his friend, and then you pierce his friend, and then you keep piercing things, right? And then you create like a cascading wave of damage that kind of kills everyone. It's kind of like how Bloodlands works, right? Whereas Blood Surge just literally damages everyone in the room. That's like a little bit the issue with Bloodlands in that regard. That it needs like this cascading effect of shebang happening. I could technically take the basic skill out. Technically. And just add Bone Spirit to this. Okay, we're just doing 1.2 million overpowers without an ungodly amount of... Oh, you know what I forgot, Chad? Do you want to know what I forgot? And it's actually pretty significant. So I forgot swapping my sacrifice bonus from bonus damage versus vulnerable dudes over to bonus overpower damage, which now officially is another 40% multiplicative overpower damage bonus. Sorry, Chad, I kind of forgot 40% of my damage. I kind of let it like lie on the street, you know? Happens to the best of us. I'm gonna check how much overpower I actually have. I think I don't have like the amounts that I would usually have at this stage. We're pretty weak. I mean, like healing is up, shielding is up, like survival is up, death is not an option. You're stubborn trying golem skeletons this season. You're not stubborn. You're just in love, and that's okay. And stubborn. So both. It works. I mean, like, again, summoner works. It's just not that efficient. I made last season a summoner that was using... that was like Infinimus plus summons, and that was really good. If you want to use Army of the Dead, it's always going to be shitty, because simply Army of the Dead itself is just shitty. I mean, like the problem is that the premise of the skill, Army of the Dead, it's just a shit skill. Right? So you're trying to turn shit into gold. And that's complicated, you know. I mean, it's just like when you look at Army of the Dead and the general like necro design, someone thought like that attack speed would be the way to go. The problem with attack speed being the way to go is simply that they put an attack speed cap out. So if attack speed is the way to go, and they want your minions to be like some super machine gun attackers, but they also cap the attack speed, and you're kind of like, but sir, Blizzard, how does that make any sense? So now we're pulling everything together, guys. That pulling together creates blood orbs. If I pull them together and create blood orbs, then, well, these blood orbs make more lances. When I pick up these lances, then I get 17 essence per picked up lance. My lances cost me in total 16, so I get more essence from picking up a blood orb than I get from spending. Right now, I'm just standing here. I'm holding down my 2 button, and I'm shooting machine guns out, and I'm just literally just doing nothing but holding this out, and you see the cascading amounts of damage while I'm just standing here and holding this button down. And we're yes, success. All, yeah, this is brilliant. This is even more fun than the other build. And yep. So you see, Chad. I didn't have to. And this is technically not even the strongest version of this. Did I just get 3 uniques? Chat, listen. Did I just get 3 uniques from this dungeon? And each of these uniques is going to be 925. Am I just like, what? Where? Is this on? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 microphone checkup. How many hours did it take you to get to level 100? Around like 22, 23 hours. I took it slow. I didn't like grind like a crazy man. Grandpa Top, no, it was a scythe. It is my, what is it called again? So first and foremost, this is a tenor, so this is shit. This is a 30% roll, which is also shit, but it's 925, which actually makes it good. I'm gonna keep this. That's, no, it's tested. Oh no, I thought I got temerity there. I need temerity. I need temerity for the love of my life, for the love of God. Okay, we're also looking for certain items. So right now I'm looking for an offhand, guys. That offhand can be a shield or a focus. The thing with a shield is it needs like damage reduction. It needs critical strike chance because it can have that. It also could have attack speed, resource generation, for example. See, this is damage red, resource generation, all stats. It's not even bad, but it's also only 866. So kind of like into the trash bin with you. I do need a wand that has perfect overpower like this, 94.5. But at the same time, it would be good if it didn't have critical strike damage with bone scales, which I do actually have to reroll on this one, and I haven't done simply yet. Well, that's ossified essence max roll. Kind of need that. Oh, this 63 point, like this is max overpower, max intelligence, close injured. I mean, this is actually a very good one, but it's like very low item power, so kind of suck it. This is willpower, lucky hit, and overpower. And I need a... No, I don't need a new pair of pants. I need a new pair of boots. So we need a perfect pair of boots. Critical strike damage, chance with bone skills, maximum life. Nope. Maximum life, damage. Nope. That's fizz, but low roll. That's fizz, but high roll. Okay, I need an amulet. Because right now my amulet, chat, has evosion, which is useless, and macabre skills, which is useless. So I'm essentially using a completely useless amulet for this. And yes, this amulet could also be the... Because we're missing right now, chat, the amulet for 200% more overpower damage. So we're not even remotely at our maximum damage. What I'm looking for, though, is an amulet right now that has this one here. Your blood skills deal 15% increased overpower damage. This bonus is doubled while you're healthy. Listen, doubled while you're healthy. So if I get another 3 ranks and tides of blood, instead of getting 30% plus, you go up to 30% and you get 60% plus. Because getting 3 more ranks and tides of blood is a double, right? Like you get 30% more damage in total. Just like that. And did you see me ever not be healthy? Exactly. I do think I have actually an amulet with tides of blood, right? Tides. No, I don't. I lied. I lied for personal gain, Chan. I'm sorry. It's out. I am that person. I lied for personal gain.
Fate is with you, I can tell.
Let's try to get like an amulet here. Maybe I'm lucky. Ranks to corpse skills, fueled by death. I need also armor on the amulet. That's important, very important. Ranks to amplify damage. But doesn't this help with minion attack speed cap? What do you mean? Minion attack speed cap? You know, built with a grandfather. The bone spirit build works with grandfather. We also have a 1-button necro, which is essentially my bone spear necro. That was essentially just using bone spear and no other skill with a grandfather together. And we have a full fleshed out build of that as well. So generally, bone spear just works best there. Okay, let's do another vault. You see the spider buddy killing Duriel video? No, I haven't, but if you want to, we can look at it. I think I should be able to look at it even on YouTube without getting copyright claimed or anything. So if you want to, just post it away. We can have an eye on that. The cult leader changed this season. Well, yeah, so cult leader change is nice, but there's still an attack speed cap as far as I understood. Voody posted it. Well, I'll check it out, Crimson. Thank you. So right now we just pull them together, guys. Then we just blood lands like crazy. And you have to imagine now instead of using our Bone Storm to essentially give us permanent barrier, if we would essentially get permanent barrier over healing, which would allow us for these big pack of mobs to use Blood Wave, and Blood Wave would have the chance to overpower and critical strike. So you would create a Blood Wave who essentially also could do millions of damage to then essentially shoot past everyone, and especially with these big mob gatherings, create like an opening to destroy things. The only thing I would be then concerned about is maybe dropping Sacrilegious Souls, so we would get also the cooldown reduction on ultimate skill. And then we're back to the Blood Wave, Blood Necro that would heal over Temerity. But for this, we also have to get Temerity, and I think we all want to see how I would kill an Uber boss with this, right? By the way, yes, this build would absolutely just like make fun of Uber Lilith right now. But I'd say we're just going to go kill Lord Zier. Like, we're going to like 3 more Nightmare Dungeons to maybe see if I get the amulet that I'm looking for. But yeah, I don't actually need the automatic corpse explosions, would kind of allow me to get rid of everything corpse explosion wise. And then I could use more Paragon points for other stuff. Because you notice how the Paragon board I was using is a little bit tricky. I mean, I'm only at 22,000 life. That's kind of weak. Right, Chad? Also, I'm still unsure if we want the Banished Lord's Talisman. But if I use Temerity, I could use the Banished Lord's Talisman. How much more multiplicative damage was Banished Lord's Talisman again? Could someone wrap that up for me again? Banished Lords, was it 200% or 120%? I don't have the number right now ready. There's the amulet for overpower critical strikes doing more damage. I think it was 200. Correct me if I'm wrong. God, I love this. This is like the Bone Spear Spirit build actually needed you to use your brain every now and then, right? This one doesn't need a brain at all. 120%, yeah. So imagine that the red crits, so the orange crits by the way. So if you see the orange crits that are going up to like 2.2 million and so on, right? So these orange crits, and then just add 120% to that. And actually even more because the amulet is just good in general. That's kind of funny. Every builds and vids never get to 100 in D4 on any char. But you should be getting this season. Honestly, I think this season has never been easier to get to 100. With the Arcane Tremors and the Vaults, you're just gonna be 100 without even noticing. Like, you'll just play the game and suddenly you're like, oops, I'm level 100. When did that happen? I'll tell you that much for free. Simply because like how like effortless the leveling this season is. No, I don't think I have a Bone Storm running. I wasn't sure like here right now. Okay, someone needs to like remove that door there. I hate this vault. This is like the only reason why I hate this vault. I'm just trying to activate this stupid lever and they're constantly making me activate the door. I can't be the only one. It makes me irrationally angry. So should we also do a normal tier 100 dungeon to see how we are doing against a tier 100 boss, Chad? Is that something you would be interested in? Because usually people are always concerned, can you kill a boss with this? And you're like, don't want to be here. I've raged there as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for not making me look like a madman. Whee! So I'm just standing here, guys. I'm holding my 2 button down as soon as there are actually minions, because there weren't any minions there right now. So I'm just standing here and holding my 2 button down. Oh, now I have to step forward for a second. And yeah, we're just machine gun shooting in there. And we're using essentially... Why are we shooting so fast? Because we get bonus attack speed for overpowers, which allows us to essentially like truly create this cascading madness of of overlapping damage and just yeah. You notice how this is like quite something. And I got too many legendaries. Sigh. So how much overpower percentage do I only have right now? See, we're only at 3,000%. I'm actually surprised that we're at 3,000%. See, chat, we're only at 3,000%. Slacking. Okay, let's see. We're hoping for... So I'm not looking for a helmet. I have the perfect helmet, guys. I mean, look at this. Armor, maximum life, in all stats. I can even reroll something. Like, the thing is perfect. It's going to be really, really difficult for me to find anything that's remotely better. But offense still. This is lucky hit chance while barrier, and resistance to all elements. The resistance and the lifelong kill are completely useless, but I'll keep this to just have one happening. This would be essence cost reduction, which is kind of nice. Willpower and strength, and the last one is useless. That one is all stats, lucky hit, shadow damage affected, eat my booty. Cooldown reduction, critical strike chance is good. Like, there's actually so much good what an offense can have, and I'm just getting like the really shitter offense right now, which has me a bit unhappy. A one needs to have maximum overpower. I'm not even considering it. There's a max roll overpower on it, then like we're talking. And I need gloves that are better because my gloves are overpower damage, bloodlands, and then dex and in. So I'd rather have like, see, this is overpower damage, dex, all stats. We could roll for bloodlands, but I'd rather have attack speed because you notice how important attack speed on my character is since we're actually boosting our attack speed by another 50%. That's why I want like just a wee bit more attack speed to make this be even better than it already is. That's more ranks to bone prison. We want different boots. My boots are made for walking, and they're kind of useless for this build. So I need better boots for this as well. Actually, you know what? I could take frost boots for this build just because I can. No. I actually do need flicker staffs for this build. Yeah. I do actually need flicker staffs for this build, and that would be fire. I didn't even think about it. That wouldn't be good. That would be insane. Alright. I'm good. I see you're looking at rare gear stats. Are you able to move stats between armor? So what happens is you go here to the he's the enchanter, occultist. Then you go for this, and for example, my wand has critical strike damage, overpower damage, damage to slowed, and critical strike with bone skills, which is useless. So I'll enchant it and I'll choose something different. In this case, 77 intelligence is actually pretty fucking good. That's a max roll. I mean, let me check something else. Now, screw it. We could go for core skill damage, but I prefer just the max intelligence roll. Boom. More damage, chat. Let's go. Okay, we wanted to kill a boss, and since I do have 16 blood, I can kill one Lord Zier. Does anyone else have blood that he wants to bring? Because then we could kill Lord Zier multiple times. So if there's anyone right now that would like to do Lord Zier, please tell me. We can get you in. So the whole tier for Nightmare Sigil thing for level glyphs, what is the level? Your current -50 then? I know I can't do much past my level 71 right now. So for Nightmare Sigils, you have to take the Nightmare tier 100 plus 54 levels. That's how high the monsters are. And you technically never want to do monsters that are higher than 100 levels, as higher than 10 to 20 levels of you. With level 71, only 91 doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you have blood to bring, we can kill him together. You know?
Not while I'm in town.
So bring blood, take blood, Chan. We multiply our tries. So yeah, if you're 71, you should probably do tier 30s to 40s right now. Yeah, 71 can do tier 30s to 40s, probably. Depending on your build. It really depends on your build and your experience and how good you are, right? So yeah, that's that. Like, if you want to come, just give me your Activision ID, Battle.net ID, and I'll add you. And then we go. And then you put blood in and we do it. I hope you appreciate it. Because I need temerity today. The plan is to use temerity, and then we can actually make this build even stronger than it is. Because this is right now the weaker version of the build. I mean, imagine. Valley. Let's see who of you actually brings blood and who's just trying to sneak in. I've had that happen before. People just snuck in. Are you going for Shaco this season? No, I'm a Necro. I don't need Shaco. I am a Necro, sir. I do not need a Shaco. Yeah, last season it was already good, but this season it's better because of the robot. I'm currently banking on the robot providing me actually a little boost. By the way, exquisite blood. Yes, you need exquisite blood here. This is what you need. And if you get into my friend list, just join up. My normal blood lances are just one-hitting everything. I lack the required essence. Loki. Oop, oop. Just farming these nerds. Just farming these nerds. Make some more blood orbs. Get fully fortified. Actually, we're not even getting fortified through blood orbs anymore. That's true, because I put that all. How do you put legendary powers on rare gear? Well, first you rip the legendary powers out to create aspects, and then you use the aspects on your rare gear. So who did get on my friend list? We're currently missing people on the friend list, so we can kill Lord Zier. Just nuke him. And for this, you could, for example, now consider dropping your Bone Storm to introduce Blood Wave, because Blood Wave will make 9 blood orbs in total, and that's where we're thinking about putting Blood Wave instead of the Litless Wall right now. Could be nice. How do you join, Max? I will actually just right-click your name and invite to the party. You look fantastic, Powder. You look absolutely stunning. Look at you, you wide nerd. And look at me, guys, having a blood lance through me, because that's the new plate. So the new plate says you are blood lance, Chad. And when blood lance would deal damage to me, I instead fortify for 2% of my max life. Yep. Ignish sounds great. Thank you. We're only trying to get better. Yeah, it looks more necro than other necro. Exactly. It just looks super necro. Look at us. I think the location place that you can just teleport to us, but the location is here in the darkened way. Sir. You need to get to the darkened way. In here. You keep the rare stats in mind. So what you usually do is you try to find a gear, legendary or non-legendary, right? That is 925 item power, because it's so easy to get 925 item power at this point. And then you're going to be hoping for 3 good stats. In this case, for example, I have total armor, max life, damage reduction while fortified. Damage reduction while fortified sucks because I'm actually never fortified. In this build, I am. But in the other build, I am not. And then you just re-roll the 4 stat into something you want. It's usually how you go with this. It helps when you actually know what you need. Because a lot of people, they don't actually know what they need in their rings or something. Right? A 7, you need 9 exquisite blood. I mean, we're currently waiting for our 2 lads to appear. We got Zune is there. Zune is making his way over. And where's our last one? Lads, you're moving to the wrong direction. You're on the blue pin. That's where you need to go. We get Anger in here. We're waiting for Zune quickly. Everything done. Also, look at him. Look at him. What a lad. For some reason, I farmed to 90 for a day and don't even find one set of pants with armor roll. Yep, that can happen. I mean, if you don't find a pants with armor roll, make sure to get the others. You know? Make sure to get the others. I mean, I usually try to get a high roll in armor because it's so annoying when you have to try this, right? Is the transfusion passive proc enough? Oh, you don't rely on the transfusion passive. The transfusion passive is shit. This one here. Your blood skills have up to a 3% chance to create a blood orb at the target's location. Even, first and foremost, this can only appear every 4 seconds. But even if you have 3 points in this, it's a 9% chance. Well, so now a 9% chance is to proc, but for that you need to proc lucky hit. So a blood lance has, for example, let's say 42%. So the chance to proc this lucky hit is the 9% of the 42%, because 42% of the times you have a 9% chance to proc transfusion. So your actual chance to proc transfusion is 4.2%. Roughly 4.2% per blood lance. So if you have it on 9 or 3, it does really not matter at all. Zone, you need to come to blue marker, other blue marker here. Let's give him 2 more minutes to make a chat, or we're gonna summon this quickly. So yeah, that's where you're like, you know. I have level 6 Necro Bone Spear build. Which Necro build do you feel is the meta right now? I mean, we have the Bone Spear Spirit build if you haven't done it yet. So like we can walk you through the builds right now for Necros that are currently existing. There's the Bone Spear, the Bone Spear that hasn't changed. It's still fantastic. It's the Undying Bone Emperor. That one will always be good. There's no change to that. It's like unchallenged. Then you also have the Bone Spear together with Bone Spirit on the new Bone Spear aspects. Okay. That one is huge as well. We still have Blood Surge pumping. And then Blood Lance now. But Blood Lance is an endgame build, so not for leveling. Because for Blood Lance, you need at least the Mutilator Plate to make it work. And then lastly, you also have the standard Blood Surge build, which is fantastic. My Blood Surge build has been getting stronger than ever, and you use some skeletons to actually level. It's just really the fastest leveling build, unquestionable. Yeah, there's a bunch of things to choose from. And with Angren, yeah, now you just need to step into the portal to teleport to us. Just walk to the portal that says Ponyhof. Just walk through the Ponyhof portal. Next to the waypoint. Yeah, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. And then afterwards, poured out of the afterwards poured out of the dungeon. Okay, let's do this and then throw Blood Lance into him. See, like how we are barely running out of essence, guys? How we're just standing here. And I'm just standing there and holding my button down. We need pens. No, I don't need the shield. No, keep the shield away from me, Chad. I have you. I have all of you already. I do not need you anymore. Now we teleport out of the dungeon, and then we reset and we do it again. Did player trading work this morning? I didn't check. I never traded in this whole game, to be honest. Apart from if my community gave me gold, so I could actually do more builds, because that was the problem, right? Is this build better than Bone Spirit? So the Bone Spirit can be used for leveling, and for this one, you really need every single piece together. And then if you have every single piece together, it might be better. Might be. You didn't find an updated Bone Spear guide for Season 3 because there is no updated Bone Spear guide. We have the Bone Spear Spirit, and then you essentially take the governing and tuning stones from the Bone Spear Spirit, and you just take this for then the standard Season 2 guide. Nothing changed on that one. Bone Spear is better. It will be the letter build. Technically, yes, but practically, I wouldn't count on as only being Bone Spear, because you have to consider, Magina, that there's 3 passes through the dungeon, and each pass through the dungeon will have different challenges in the gauntlet. And it might be that Blood Surge, for example, is just uniquely better suited for that. The same kind of goes with actual Bloodlands. Bloodlands also has a chance to shine. I don't think that Shadow builds this season have a chance to shine, but I might be wrong, because what if the Gauntlet opponents are actually chasing you infinitely? If the Gauntlet opponents are chasing you infinitely and they never reset, then it might be better to play Shadow, because then you could like infinitely be in the Shadow Mist thingy, and then, yeah, that might be something interesting. What's the laziest build in the game? Bone Spear. Evo. Evis, by the way. Sorry. So I made a build that's called the one button Necro, and it essentially just uses, like, it has been just using one button. Oh no, I finally ran out of resource. No, not the helmet. I need temerity. Give me temerity, please. Yes, and we're using the Mutilator Plate. Because the Mutilator Plate, even if you don't get the blood orbs, fortifies you and 20% bonus damage. Right? Fair for people. Sorry, can't help. Poor guy. What's the best build for Sork right now? I don't know what the best is, to be honest. I've seen like Lightning do very well. I've seen Meteor do very well. I don't know what's for leveling, to be fair. I'm sorry. I don't play Sork a lot, so I can't give you any input there. I know Druid is doing good with like some kind of Shred Poison leveling fun. And there's also the Lightning Storm, which can also be used for leveling, kind of. And still Overpower if you want to do it, actually. So that hasn't changed. And Barb is just charged. Will Grandfather be good for this build? No. No. The main thing is that this build profits from attack speed. Okay? Attack speed. And Grandfather is a two-handed weapon and doesn't have much attack speed. Because if you're getting 50% bonus attack speed, but you get 50% bonus attack speed on a slow weapon, that is a slow bonus. If you have a fast weapon and you make it even faster, then you get speed, momentum, and violence. So that's a little bit like the thing how it goes. Who wants to run out of essence? Not me. Not me. So how many more do we have left? How many Zeers? Do we still have Zeers left? I get in total, I get another 7 blood boys. I need the pants, guys. We need temerity right now. I've done my 2 Loki. How much blood do you have left? Do you have two blood left you can share? Then we can summon I can summon another one. You have 5. If you can give me 2, we can do another one if you want. So I have 7. I think dropping still works right now. Should still work. Also, thank you for using your blood for us. What do you use 1 for the speed, or are you trying to proc something with lucky hit? It's a combination of both. So you have the lucky hit for corpses, because we're still using Hoot Flesh for corpses. And we're also have lucky hit end of the day on our blood orb thingy. So it's minimal what we use lucky hit for, but it's still there existing to use lucky hit. Technically, you could also use a sword, or you could use a dagger, but the sword has a slower attack speed. Consider that. Just get Genesis and Evernate back-to-back runs. I am not jealous. I just want to congratulate you on your success in life. I do hope that you step on a piece of Lego later. But with like a loving heart. Like, no, not a chest armor. Give me my pants. Give me my pants. I dropped blood. You can't see it. No, can't see it, sadly. Strawberry. Leveling is firewall sork. Well, there you get your answer. Okay, let's clear my inventory quickly. Oh, that one is shit. Sadly. Shit. Wait, gloves I'm actually gonna look at. Create lucky. Maybe. Gonna take too many tries to even remotely make that good. Rings are all going down the drain. Corpse Tendril stays with me. Should have like key passive stays with me. And the amulet is horrible. That's actually not true. The amulet is not horrible. But it doesn't have also armor percentage rolls, so trash it. Okay, do we have one more left? I think there is a world where we got one more left. Teleport out. Oh, you're not teleporting me out of the dungeon? Cool. What level do you have to be to start getting 925 gear? You have to do tier 90 dungeons, and tier 90 dungeons you can do with roughly level 80 to 85, depending on your build. If I was lucky on my drops, I could have started doing tier 90 dungeons with, 80. Like if I get the Littlest Wall early, I can do it like extremely early. Someone didn't reset. Someone didn't reset. It's not reset. No, it's a reset. What class overall works best on controller? You should use a class that doesn't need much targeting. So if you have like something where you need to jump or locate a certain position to go to, then that can be annoying on a controller. Like for example, using a bone prison, you have to like maneuver the bone prison into the position where you want it to be and then bone prison. That can be annoying. I mean, for example, this build just like holds like, I just hold down my 2 button and I just shoot out blood lances and that's it. You need to farm malignant hearts. What's the best method? Just do whispers, because when you do whispers, there's actually these whisper malignant monsters appearing and you can just farm them down. Like I have 30 hearts, for example, and I just do whispers. I mean, look at this. I have another like 12 Varshians plus actually. So yeah. Does someone still have left materials? Yeah. Okay. We still have materials left. Cool. I'm looking for a nice single player game. Nothing that is long or is an epic grind. Any good recommendations from the last 2 years? Nice single player game. Diablo 4. But single player game is relative because I'm not sure what you're looking for. I mean, like Lies of P is a fantastic single player game. Starfield is pants chat. This might be it. We're in the end game now. 80% roll. Fuck yeah. Like seriously. That's huge. Now we got to test what's actually better. And not horrible rolls. Yeah, I mean, the only roll you want to be good on the temerity is the life roll, right? The rest doesn't matter at all. Oh, your leveling video, which is good, but I would trade it for a slower early Bloodlines build to stick with it. But Bloodlines can't be done early. That's the problem. So do we have more? I'm technically done. I don't need more, but like if the lats want to keep going, So yeah, I would never in any way play Bloodlands for leveling, because in order to level with Bloodlands, you kind of need the Blood Orb production. You kind of need Embalmer to a degree. You want to have the attack speed. You want to have the Potent Blood to kind of restore. So it's like all the pieces that you need to have is right? What level do world bosses drop 925 from? Level 85 on? End of the day, just get level 85 and then start doing tier 90 dungeons. It's that simple. And you're just blasting through. So one worry I have right now, chat, is if I replace the pants, I'm losing 25% armor roll. Bit annoying. You know, it's essentially going to be putting me at only like 12,000 armor. Might have to do some Paragon points different then. Is Temerity defense so you can get rid of Littlest? That is the plan, but there's a bigger plan to it. Okay, and I'll show you. Okay, thank you, Powder, Angrin, and Zune for helping me here to get my Temerity. That's very kind of you. I'll show you where my plan lies and what the basic idea with Temerity is. Because there is a double layered level of defense that could be crazy. I'm not sure if it works. So Temerity, again, for the people that kind of missed what Temerity does, let's level it up. And this might be completely unnecessary, but the thing with Temerity is it allows me to have another offensive slot. And having another offensive slot is just insane, generally. So I need rubies, 2 rubies, and then I'll explain why this is so interesting. Ruby, 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 ruby. Now we're at 12,000 armor. We're going to take the shield off, which actually brings us even lower armor-wise. That kind of makes me sad. But so the basic idea is if I play Temerity, effects that heal you beyond 100% life grant you a barrier up to 80% of your maximum life. Okay? So now I do eat blood orbs, so I'm continuously healing by eating blood orbs. But on top of continuously healing while eating blood orbs, I am also having my robot with Reconstruct. And Reconstruct says the construct channels a reconstruction beam, healing the player for 40% of their maximum life over 3 seconds. So if I'm now getting healed by this bot, and it's going to be a 6-second cooldown, and it does it every 7 seconds for over 7 seconds, shouldn't I continuously have a barrier or heal in that regard that keeps me impossible to get killed? You know? What build should you use to level up Necro? Bone Spear Spirit or Blood Mist is usually my recommendations for this. Okay, let's get everything max leveled. Oh, did I just get a lot of reconstructs? I think I just got a lot of reconstructs. We need only one more to actually have this maxed out. Okay, give me another aid. Yeah, there's another reconstruct. Let's go. Boop, 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 boop. Reconstruct level 10. Whee. Nice. Okay, so reconstruct is now level 10. I'm not sure if the robot uses the healing beam when you're full HP. Well, that's the question, right? Because I can overheal. So the thought is that if I'm able to get overhealed, that the bot should technically overheal me. We do not know this, so we'll have to figure this out right now. But even if he wouldn't use it as we're overhealing, there should still be a chance for this to actually be useful in some regard. We'll see with this now. Okay. And first and foremost, these pans need to go here. And that goes in as well. This gets all trashed. I need to quickly go into the Paragon board. Because what I need to do is I need to yoink that point out. I need to yoink that point out. I need to put these two in here. Take these points hostage. Because now we're instantly at 12.5k armor, right? You notice like that huge difference. Like just another like 700 armor just from things. Okay, now instead of running Barrier with Bone Storm, and here comes the interesting part. Where's my focus? Didn't I have a focus? I just had a focus, right? Somewhere. Okay, I just kept back like a 925 focus for the sake of it. So the basic idea would be that you're using a focus, and I'll use any. Then we would also use Blood Wave. And we could technically have the focus shoot our Blood Wave multiple ways out. Technically. Now that's the question if it's worth it. It might still be worth it to run the Litless Wall Bone Storm, but without having the barrier, just for the damage reduction. But I also do like the idea of being able to run Bloodwave again, because Bloodwave is a huge chunk of orbs. The problem would rather be if you then want Bloodwave to continuously happen, you would also have to reduce the cooldown that Bloodwave has. And that brings us to a whole different slew of problems again, because in order to reduce the cooldown, we would have to potentially get rid of the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. But I just want to see how this one goes now. Let's do a tier 100 vault. It's actually only a tier 100. But technically, we should now be even more Undying than before. But we were before Undying, so we're like essentially just trying to make a good build even gooder. I mean, there's not much to twiddly-dee and twiddly-twerk there. The question is, do we need the cooldown reduction, or would Flicker Step be enough? Because right now the cooldown is 41 seconds. But we could also use Flicker Step. Flicker Step is the dash to reduce cooldown thingy. So now we would do this. Now we get our healing barrier thingy, right? We have our robot heal us barrier. The problem is whenever we enter a fight in the beginning, we wouldn't essentially have a barrier necessarily if it already went away. Yeah, if we had Flicker Step here right now, I would essentially just Flicker Step through these lads and just have like my Blood Wave be reset already to use it again. So I think Flicker Step mandatory for this, but it's working. So it's working with the armor reconstruction that I want, right? So I'm getting my barrier. I'm like buried up. I'm fine. And especially if I'm now able to like make more blood orbs with a Blood Wave. But if I now was able to like Flicker Step through things, that would make things even better for me. We might actually have to hire Blood Orb healing. There might be a world where we have to do that. Yeah, this is working very well. Look at the machine gun still. Bah, 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 bah. Machine gun, heal, barrier. I'm out of essence once in a while. It has happened, chat. Finally, we've gotten out of essence. Everything done. I mean, the Bone Storm, the permanent one, was definitely holding up better currently. So I do genuinely believe, I think Flicker Step is something mandatory to have. Because with Flicker Step, we could use Blood Wave more often. Like right now, Blood Wave, perfect opener. Essentially push everything back, start dashing through things, start like using Blood Orbs, right? And now with 2 Flicker Steps, we would already have reduced the cooldown of our Blood Wave by another 10 seconds. Yeah, we need to do Duriel. Okay, so that is now Duriel farming on the menu today to get the final piece for this build. And then I think, like, by the way, the healing beam is working, right? Yeah, the healing beam is working. He's just continuously healing beaming me. Right? Look, we just have this red beam and he's just he's just beaming us the whole time. I'm not sure how much this is contributing to us like getting the barrier, but we can overheal. So see, there's Blood Wave now, and Blood Wave essentially bullies everyone around so they can't hit me in that time frame, and I can just keep bullying everyone. But definitely the Bone Storm is safer to play, that's for sure. See that Blood Wave 10-second cooldown reduction, and Blood Wave would be available again right now. Blood Wave 10-second cooldown reduction. Yeah, right now I would give the Bone Storm build the 1-up because it's just like a wee bit more consistent. I do like to see that red beam though. That's just chasing me around. Here, Blood Wave, 10-second cooldown reduction. Ow, I finally died. Does Bloodlines build with Mutilator Plate perform compared to how Bloodlines was in Season 2? Definitely. So the reason Bloodlines Mutilator Plate performs a little bit better is already simply because You have a constant source of fortify without blood orbs. So my blood lances just need to deal damage and I fortify, right? This is how it works. Blood lance deals damage, I fortify. That's a cool thing to have. Without having to like pick up blood orbs or anything. So the fortify is like definitely better right now. We just have to think about like, again, how to really get the blood wave into blood wave reduction that we can then just do more blood wave. That's the final piece. I just enjoy using blood wave because it's usually a completely useless skill. No one uses it, right? Blood wave is the skill that is shunned and no one like considers it seriously. But I don't want that to be. I hate it when skills are like not usable. Because why would that be? Why can we not have everything just be good? Yeah, there are moments where we don't have barriers because blood orbs are not spawning. This is the moments where we would need the bonus blood wave. Okay, so far Lidless wall build is performing better. I mean, you've seen us zoom with the Lidless wall through the tier 100. But we need to get like, I think I have like 2 Duriels left or 1 Duriel left, so we could try to get that, and then we can farm some more living steel. Now you're essentially just bullying them around with the blood wave. And blood wave, so the main thought about blood wave is that it will make boss kills go instant. That's kind of like the thought process behind this. Because if we can kill bosses rather instant, because of like making 9 blood orbs means like 9 more blood lances, and 9 more blood lances that also have a chance to then do more blood lances and more blood orbs, and you get the drift, right? It's just more into more kind of equation. That's a good thing. Now we're sitting in this corner, but without the Bone Storm barrier that we would usually have. We're just throwing blood lances into everyone. Keep throwing blood lances, go in the blood wave. Blood lance everyone with attack speed beyond belief. Oh wow, we died in a poison pool. So the healing, despite having like the amount of armor, which is actually lower right now than we want it to be. So despite having that, well, we miss another 2,000 armor right now to make up for this. So I need to higher the armor percentage here a little bit. A little bit better rolls, I think. So you kind of want like 13,000 armor essentially. It's like the last thing we could work on to make this then. Or we just go back to the barrier. I mean, right now I kind of want to use temerity, but it might turn out that the barrier is just better and easier because it already works, right? We have it already confirmed that the whole barrier shebang with Bone Storm just works. Probably just go back. Did I just lose like one little charge there? Yes, chat, I did. Yes. What does the Blood Drinker say again? The Blood Drinker was making... Yeah, blood orbs just fortify you. That's useless. We don't need more overpower. You have 15k armor and all resist cap and get 1 shot. You might not have enough life. I mean, I have enough life, that's for sure. There's no question about this, but I do need more thingy. I mean, I have my resistances capped, or I should have my resistances capped. Yep. But I do need 2,000 more armor. The problem is I can't weasel much more armor out. I mean, I got all the armor that I can. That's not true. There is technically more armor for me to get from the Paragon board if I ditch some things. I mean, if I would ditch the Flesh Eater board completely, I could get some more armor. So the thought would be, since we're not using Lucky Hit, you could technically get rid of Corpse Explosion, okay? And if you get rid of Corpse Explosion, chat, there's something really interesting that happens. Get rid of Corpse Explosion, we could play Ultimate. See if we have one of those. Yeah, Blood Orbs reduce your ultimate cooldown by 1.4 seconds. Yes, you heard right, chat. 1.4 seconds. So we could take this ring. It's a shitty ring, but it's like my best roll of this item. And like 1.4 seconds is really impossible to usually get. So we get this. Okay. Don't trust that. Upgrade this just a little bit. With the materials, with the money, we don't care. The ring of sacrilegious souls goes out. Boop, bop, bop, bippity, boop, bop, bop, bop. We're gonna keep the. No. I still want a shield. So instead of a focus, we could use a shield. Keep that in mind. No, wait a second. We couldn't use a shield instead of a focus, huh? Because the shield can't get what we needed to get. That's Bloodlands, Shadow Damage, Attack Speed. That's Bloodlands, Bone Spear. Nope, nope, Nibbity, nope, nope, nope. We still need the Amulet. Essence cost reduction, damage reduction, bone skill damage. Carber skills, imperfectly balanced, bone skill damage, damage over time. Wow, how are you so useless?
I cannot salvage that.
So now, with this ring in stock, chat, every single blood orb reduces the ultimate cooldown by 1.4 seconds, which is quite a lot. I mean, we just lost some life because I just put on a different ring. This is actually really sad how much life I lost. Wow, did I just really lose this much life for putting on that ring? Holy balls. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sadness. But yeah. But if we technically do this, so if we get rid of the corpse explosion or the ring of sacrilegious souls, I still don't have to get rid of corpse explosion. I can use the corpse explosion manually right now. We can automatically just reduce our cooldowns. The only problem with this is that I have to like handishly use corpse explosion now. Let's do a deserted underpass, so not a vault. And we're doing this for the main reason to hopefully get a boss. But I think... So now you do blood mist, right? And then you would gobble up all these blood orbs and look at the cooldown of the blood wave. So it would essentially end up with a blood wave being the same cooldown here straight away, and then we would use it again. So you wouldn't even need to play Embalmer anymore because you essentially just reduce the cooldown of your blood wave to be essentially always available. And then you just like straight up get it back. I mean, their blood wave is back again, right? The one thing, though, that you would be missing is getting, getting your free corpse explosions. So now, as you can see, I'm like essentially just stuck spamming blood wave the whole bloodlands the whole time. So we're not really getting another source of damage but my bloodlands. And well, my barrier is kind of like burying, right? We'll just continue doing this. And we are also not getting free corpse tendrils, so we're not getting the blood orbs from the free corpse tendrils. So we actually have to cast that myself. Oh, that's a bummer, honestly. But there's like levels of bummer to this, right? And it has a different gameplay loop essentially, like because you're just, you know, doing things a wee bit different. That's the next blood wave. But you would essentially like just go from using blood wave to blood wave to blood wave, which I kind of like too. See, all the blood orbs used and blood wave again, cooldown. Don't forget to use your corpse tendrils, pull everything together, make more blood orbs, use your next blood wave. So you just literally always have blood wave. Every single pack of opponents, blood wave. Never not. But you notice how my life is just bingo bongoing up and down. I don't like that. And it's partially down to the poison here right now, correct? That we are just suffering from like from getting poisoned. And if I guess wouldn't run into my opponents like a brain dead monkey, that would also help. Because we're just like pressing W inside the enemy here right now.
I need more time.
Some corpse exploded. Embalmer. If I wouldn't use Embalmer, I could use Disobedience to be maximum armored up. See, there's one single opponent, but with a Blood Wave now, I make so many Blood Orbs that I can just stand here and just spam him down. So that's kind of nice. If he then would let me spam him down. Thank you very much. There's fewer damage that I was hoping for. That's where the Banchelor's Talisman needs to come in.
I need more time.
But I feel like we're coming back to the point where this is like useful, but where the Bone Storm is just better. You know? I feel like we're coming just simply back to the point where, yeah, sure, this works, you know, like it does the trick. But we're just like, but you know what? The whole Bone Storm thing was better. Yeah. This build against Butcher or any other boss will probably be bad. That's wrong, Rodrigo. Blood Overpower is actually uniquely suited, and Bloodlines especially, to kill bosses in every single way. Because you're creating an infinite essence loop. It's quite nice. But yeah, we're missing out on too much damage. Too much like usefulness in terms of the free corpse explosions the whole time. I mean, it's nice to get the Blood Wave so often, but I think I need to get rid of my Blood Wave addiction. I mean, again, we can play this also with a Ring of Sacrilegious Souls if I use Flicker Stab. So this was just like me thinking, like, if I use the ring to like maximize my blood orb usage. But we're completely like missing out on the Embalmer, as you can see. Like we're like out of essence right now because we are essentially not embalmering right now, and that's terrible. Because usually that's what would happen, right? We would Blood Wave, and then we would like Corpse Explosion in between, and then that would happen, and then like. So what we need is, we need derails, yeah. Yeah, you have to compensate so much stuff. That's what makes me like, we have to do so much just to simply compensate for the Bone Storm. That makes no sense. So the basic idea was okay. And it works if you take things slower, but that's not the point, right? Because if we take things slower, we're not good for the leaderboard. We can't take things slower. We need to take things head on and full speed. So we need to get this one back in, and we need to get that one back in. So these are the two choices. We're still missing a good amulet. We're back to our 22,000 life and 12.5k armor, so that's good. But then we also need to cut Temerity out of our life. Yep. I mean, the Temerity plan was fun, but then we also need to get rid of Temerity. Because Temerity was useless. Then, sadly, and we end up at 14,000 armor again. Then we can change the Paragon board. Isn't Bone Spear 10 times better? Bone Spear is good when it comes down to dishing out decent damage, but Bone Spear does suffer to a degree from an essence problematic that we did solve with our latest Bone Spear build. Overpower has the advantage of technically being able to outscale Bone Spear when it comes down to damage. And if everything works the way I want it to work right now in terms of... by the way, here, this is the big difference now, chat, where we're just having like our constant barrier going on, and we're just straight up walking into everything, and the pull togethers and everything are happening automatically. So blood has some unique things that might make it better, especially like with the Fortify being able to just zoom harder. You're just surviving better. And in total, the question is, as always, how long do minions follow you in the gauntlet? Because what Bone Spear what Bloodlines does is Bloodlines sticks a lance into enemies. Okay, so I stick a lance into you, but that lance is stuck. So let's say I stick a lance into a boss, and then I keep running and I kill normal minions. then every damage I deal to normal minions kind of cascading damage-wise ends up in the other land's opponents. So that's like how Bloodlands works, right? Cascading damage. And if now that boss in the gauntlet actually keeps following you around and like keeps trailing you, then you could technically just keep lancing, and then you like cascading damage, just kill everything like more than you would actually otherwise kill things. And that is a worthy thought of why Bloodlands could turn out to be good. But we also just want to make fun builds. You know? Enemies relance for 3 seconds only. Well, we relance, my friend. Relance. So the whole thing comes down to, and we also just like to, you know, make fun builds. I mean, oh, by the way, we can actually go back to Flesh of Adrenaline now. Give me a second. We can go back to Flesh of Adrenaline. Whee! Yeah. Fun builds, you know? And the Bloodlands Mutilator Plate is working. I mean, it's factually working. If it will be the build to play for... for Gauntlet, only the Gauntlet can tell. You also should not forget that the Gauntlet doesn't seem to be tier 100 dungeons, right? So if the Gauntlet is not a tier 100 dungeon, guys, then the whole Bloodwave thing is a billion times better. Because a tier 70 dungeon, I'll tear up with Bloodwaves. I mean, a tier 70 dungeon, like I do one single Bloodwave and everything dies in the Bloodwave vicinity, right? So that is something you really have to think about. Where also, like, shadow damage over time, Bloodwave build might be good. Because you don't need like, I don't need Lidless Wall for a tier 70 dungeon. What do you think of the max roll Blood Surge build? I don't actually look much at max roll builds because I make my own ones, but Macro Bio Boy makes usually the Necro builds over there and he knows what he's doing. So it's a good one. But I wouldn't be me if I wouldn't suggest using my Blood Surge build because it's probably better. Right by me. Why would the following range limit be different in gauntlets? Well, because it's the gauntlet. Why would it not be different? You know? I mean, it's a different style of content, and due to the way how the gauntlet is and what the gauntlet does, maybe they changed the following unit limit to be more like greater rifts, where they just keep trailing you until they have you dead. The gauntlet will be tier 70. Well, so that's the biggest question, because we just did a tier 70 dungeon yesterday and the boss died so simple it wasn't even funny, but the boss in the gauntlet seemed to be more sturdy than that. So it seems to be tier 70 but not tier 70. We don't actually have an answer what it is. That's crit maximum. Nah. Sever overpower attack speed, that would be good, but no max rolls. We need max rolls or we won't even look. Oh, you're so useless. You have no boss damage with a Blood Surge build. Are you playing Blood Surge build with exposed flesh or not? Because that's how you get your boss damage, by actually just turning yourself into an infinite essence monster. You use the Ring of Exposed Flesh, you make your enemy vulnerable, and then you press the 2 button and it goes... Yeah. Mr. Rosling, thank you very much for your brand new subscription. Unstealing Crown with a 6 months of support. Ivis, thank you for the brand new sub as well. Bakanu with a 4 months. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Knights of the Round Stable. Thank you also for over 300 viewers on YouTube. Guys, can we have some claps in the chat? I mean, at this point, if Twitch goes further down in the Diablo category, then soon YouTube is going to be more viewers than, you know? Bone Prison generating 120 essence on command. It's more like 80 essence, J-Monster, especially only if you have the resource generation. We have watched the Bone Prison video already. I'm still going to stick to Shattered Spirit because it just fits the playstyle with the build that I presented more, J-Monster. You can use the Bone Prison if you play the build different, but the way how I'm playing the build as an aggressive diving build and dive bombing, you know, still better that way. Maybe we should try to rebuild your to your Blood Surge build. It's so different from the max roll one. I mean, give me a link for the max roll one, and I can tell you, like, you know, I can tell you without bashing anyone where I think like it's struggling. Right? I can only say if you want to, if you don't trust my builds, I have live streams and videos of every build, right? You can check every live stream or the build videos, and you can actually see that they work. You know, I don't make this up on the fly, right? I'm not trying to convince you things are better than they are. You literally have video proof of everything I do, right? So that's just a general thing. Bye. 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 So we just hold down the 2 button, guys, right? We don't even do anything. Just hold it down and done. So what do we have? Blood Surge build here. So you're running Bone Storm. You're running Disobedience, which is not really needed. Corpse Tendrils. That is bad. You don't need the basic skill damage reduction. You can use Wind Strikers, but this is also bad because Flicker Step is better. Blood Skill Overpower attack speed can work. Blood Orbs is bad. That is bad. And that is bad. Wow, why is that so bad? Why is this so bad? Jesus Christ, really? Okay, so the thing is, you like, yeah, don't play this. Sorry, don't play this. I mean, you can do it with a Potent Blood and the Blood Orbs, but the Blood Orb production of this build is just horrible, so this just absolutely makes no sense. The Umbral is okay, but we have Exposed Flesh now. Okay, so don't play this, please. I'm not trying to be mean, like please, really, this is not meant mean to the creator of this, but it's just extremely inefficient and it won't work because the whole trick with Blood Surge is to create an infinite essence loop by using the Ring of Exposed Flesh. Because you're going to have, with all the Blood Surge you're getting, you're going to use Exposed Flesh to then get essence back on Vulnerable. And that is 30 essence back. You take 30 essence to cast one of these. Then you're taking bonus essence for actually... Then you're going to take bonus essence for... Say it, Brain, or I'm going to punch you. Say it. You do resource generation on your rings. And then with the resource generation on your rings, you kind of end up getting like 50 essence back per lucky hit. And then you get more lucky essence back than you use. And... There's another version. Well, I'm really not used to how max roll looks, so I can scroll down and see if that feels better. But yeah, like even the starter version is something I would not recommend. Am I like, you know? I'm sorry, after the starter version I gave up. Like maybe there was something more. I apologize if I missed the more. I'm not used to how the max roll website works because I literally don't actually use the max roll website ever. Right? I need to make my critical strike chance higher. I feel like... Yeah, we only have 22% right now. No, that's not true. We have more with the Bone Storm happening. Scroll down all the way. Still looks bad. Hasn't changed. Scroll down all the way. Scrolling down even further. I don't know. I didn't see anything better yet. Ah, there. Late end game. Okay. I found the late end game. Late end game. Okay. Overpower still bad. Still bad because playing two-handed weapon. Yeah, so, I mean, it's still playing a two-handed weapon. It's still recommending to use Might, which is useless. And it's still not using Flicker Stab. So, still bad. Sorry. The starter build is also, like, starter build is okay, I guess. But also, like, I mean, literally, my starter build recommends using the blood-based aspect, and that's it. Together with Exposed Flash, and you're done. That's the Ring of Sacrilegious Soul with Litless Walls and the single-handed weapon. So that's like, you know, we're getting better here, but I still don't know why they would ever recommend, like, literally this. Potent Blood is the most useless thing for Blood Surge ever. Did you convert from blood to bone today? Yes, we actually went from blood to bone today to make this. Thank you very much, Biobo, for the 17 months of support. Very much appreciated. And I just like, so the build will work, chat. Don't get me wrong. The max roll build will work, but it's far from being the most efficient build you can in any way get. I mean, like a lot of creators that play other classes often also make builds. Like I've recently seen like someone that makes barb builds make also a necro build, and it was like, yeah, this necro build will work, but it's not the most efficient way to play necro in a single way. It will work. It will not be weak, but you know, it's like at 50%, but it could be at 100%. So don't feel bad. Sometimes just like if you feel like you have essence problematics with builds, then there's often easy solutions to this. No build is doomed. You just have to address the problem, the elephant in the room, and then try to get rid of the elephant in the room. Would you recommend Mobalytics over Maxroll builds? No. So all the websites are good, like Mobalytics, Maxroll, whatsoever. What I recommend usually is sticking to a creator. I'm not saying that because I'm a creator myself. I mean, all these build websites are nice, but there's a factor of trust to it. You know what I mean? So like if you're looking for barbarian builds right now, you should probably check out Rob, because Rob just has the most experience with barbarian and has a track record of making good barbarian builds. If you're looking for druid, there's Goblin Inc. and there's also, I think, Moxie is making some good ones. For sorcerer, I don't actually know who the sorcerer person is to actually go for. And then there's guys, for example, there's Riker who compiles a lot of things. There's Raxentrax who makes a lot of builds. But they're not like necessarily known for like deep diving on one class. I mean, they have the knowledge to make multiple builds. I mean, Voody, for example, for Rogue, I saw Rudy also making some Necro builds. I mean, they're optimizable, but that's literally because they don't spend the amount of time. I mean, I have now like, what, 2,000 hours in Necro, right? It doesn't make me the best Necromancer builder. No, I have my weird builds too, but all of them have always worked to clear tier 100 dungeons speedy and kill Uber Lilith. So, yeah. Oh, you just ate me. Maybe I wanted to be eaten. It's like that's where I'm usually going with, you know, when you want to have a build, you should like, and definitely look for a creator that's not known to just make builds for views. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the amulet I've been looking for. So there's a difference with making builds that work or just making builds for views. You know, when a druid creator starts making necro builds because he's kind of out of druid builds, and you're kind of like, yeah, finally he's playing necro, but these builds are bad. Surprise. Scream Hard for druid builds is good as well. Yes, I've actually never looked that much at what he does, but it seemed solid. So the websites are good as well, but end of the day, I mean, the websites have the people employed that are making the guides for them, right? And the people that are making the guides for Maxroll, they also have a job. They have their own content they're making. You know, they have other interests as well. So like, it might not be their top priority to give you the absolute top #1 super best freaked out build, because they'll get paid regardless. You know, it's kind of kind of not saying their maximum effort, but you see where this is going, right? So what's like, who's making that build? Where is it coming from? But if you know, for example, that you're going on Maxroll and all the rogue builds are made by Voody, and like Voody is someone you trust, then that's a no-brainer, right? Then you can just go on the website. I upload everything to Mobalytics. And on Mobalytics, you can find me. You can find Goblin Inc. as well. They're like Roost Crews, and they're putting their builds up on there as well. So you can find them ever. I mean, Rob, I think you can only find on D4 builds. You know? Is it viable to level Bloodlands, or is it pure endgame? We can go through the Codex of Powers and I can tell you. I mean, the answer is no, but I can tell you why no. So, like, I can pretend that it's possible, and then I will show you in the Codex of Power why it's not possible, if that sounds good for you. Dark Wizard, good to see you there, sir. A very much big pleasure to have you with us. So, Bloodlands for leveling. I mean, first and foremost, Blood Surge hits everyone and kills everyone at the same time. And while you level, you actually never fight a boss. I mean, during your whole leveling process, and now you chew this down, Chad. Chew this down, okay? The only boss you're meeting is the Capstone Dungeon Boss 1 and the Capstone Dungeon Boss 2. If you do Nightmare Vaults, you'll never meet a boss. End of the story. So, playing a build that's good versus bosses is useless. Therefore, Blood Surge is so much better. But the thing for Bloodlands is that the actual Bloodlands Codex in offensive Bloodlands is Edgemaster, no. Grasping Reins, no. So there's the Blood Based for Blood Surge, which is the #1 aspect for Blood Surge. And then that's actually it. Yeah, thank you very much. So the Bloodseeker aspect is the only one that Bloodlands has. Oh, well, and Bloodseeker is shit. Thank you very much. So yeah,
It is done.
do you have a guide for best stones in slot for this seasonal pet? No, but right now this seems to be one of the better combinations if you need vulnerable. So I need vulnerable, so I'm using Tempest with breaking support. Tempest hits 11 enemies, Chad. Okay, Tempest with arcing hits 11 enemies and has a 100% chance to make vulnerable. That means I always have every single opponent vulnerable. Plus, Tempest every 0.8 seconds gives me 20 resource. That's nice. I like it. Flash of Adrenaline, 12 gives me 20% bonus damage, multiplicative, for 12 seconds, every 12 seconds. And also at the same time, it gives me 12% damage reduction for 7 seconds, every 12 seconds. Is Bone Spear one of the best builds? I mean, Bone Spear seems to be like, they want it to be one of the better builds. You know, that's how it works. Like Blizzard said, we're buffing Bone Spirit for it to be good. Realistically, if you're just looking for the best build, you're still stuck with Bone Spear plus Litless Wall. Because Bone Spear plus Litless Wall is just factually insane. And will always be insane. Nothing can ever change that. And this is, by the way, the main aspect you need for blood. Casting Blood Lance will consume Blood Orbs to also conjure lances from them. Each additional Blood Lance deals 50% of the normal damage and prioritizes targeting unlanced enemies. It still can hit the same enemy. Okay, prioritizes, but can still hit the same. This one is one of the most needed aspects to essentially play Blood Lance efficient. And if you don't have this, you can't play Blood Lance efficient. And that's why you can't level it. Right? I'm gonna imagine needing like one aspect to really have the most efficiency out of your build possible. And yeah. And then you don't have it. What you gonna do? So, ladies and gents. We get the Banished Lord's Talisman. As the worst role in existence. Now we do have a slight problem with the Banished Lord's Talisman. And we'll talk about this now. Because technically, we want the Banished Lord's Talisman, right? I mean, technically, undeniable. Banished Lord's Talisman is fantastic. The problem being that if I use the Banished Lord's Talisman right now, and this would be another 104% multiplicative overpower damage to my critical strikes, right? And we have 20% critical strike chance, plus another 20% from the Corpse Tendrils, plus another 20% from Bone Storm. Now, all of this critical strike together is times 104%, which is nice. And we get more overpower damage and critical strike chance in general. But if we use this, we have to get rid of our amulet slot. And if we get rid of our amulet slot, we would be losing Corpse Tendrils. And Corpse Tendrils would then have to go on our wand or on our gloves. But we need the attack speed. And we need the Bloodlands Conjuration. So technically, it could only work if we drop the Litless Wall. But if we're dropping the Litless Wall, we're back to the we're back to needing temerity. But if we need then temerity, we have to drop Bone Storm for Blood Wave, and then we have more Blood Orbs. But if we use Blood Wave, we want the triple wave Blood Wave to make it worth it, and Bone Storm is not worth it if you actually don't have the Limitless Wall. So hi. You notice where this brings its own slew of problems to kind of get that together. And that's like has always been the problem. Now the thought obviously is 100% multiplicative damage so much better than technically yoinking out your blood lances with such speed, because 50% attack speed bonus is quite significant. Now, you could do twice the amount of lances in the time where you would do one lance that does 104% more damage. So what is more DPS? And now I would like to have a DPS meter. What is the most brain AFK build any class that clears tier 100s? Charge Barb? I mean, have you watched the Charge Barb? You seen what Charge Barbs do? It goes charge! And that's it. 4 times, like... And then they charge, and that, like, in between they charge, and then they charge. Have you been cooking with a Seneschal yet? No, I don't have everything level 10, and I don't have the unique stones. But, there's a video. Sorry for the ads. I watch ads, chat. I don't have YouTube Premium. Yeah. Politikverbot für Björn Höcke, okay? Listen, very important. I don't know. So, Voodie got a video where the companion killed Duriel. Okay, so dude is just running around. His companion attacks Duriel. So the damage here right now is just being done by the companion. But it's possible. As you can see here. That's Firefly, right? This is actually Firefly. Yeah, that's Firefly. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at Firefly end of the day, what does Firefly do? Firefly right now does... Firefly does up to 11,000 damage, explodes 3 times after 1.2 seconds. Then you can use Firefly, and Firefly works together not with arcing. No, actually works together with arcing support. But I think it's multi-shot support you actually use. Then you're gonna make Firefly into 4 additional projectiles. So instead of arcing, you take Firefly. Then Firefly shoots out 3 times and 4 additional projectiles, right? Like a lot. And then you can also do Firefly can do more critical strike damage, I guess. And then it, like because the robot gets your critical strike damage multiplier and your critical strike chance as well. So if the Firefly now gets another, what is it here? Registered poison, electrocution, bleeding, frigid, efficiency, no slowing, dusk. So devastation. So supported skills gain 75% multiplicative critical strike damage bonus. So your critical strike damage, mine, that's 1,000. Okay, mine is 1,000. If you would actually add this, like technically, he could be able to do incredible amounts of damage. But yeah, even if so, I still feel like using this thing to create essence is just better. I mean, I make resource, I make breaking support. I mean, it's nice to have the robot like do these things, but we're not talking that's efficient, right? I mean, sure, it can kill Duriel in 3 minutes, but in that time, you could have also had him like boost your own damage and kill Duriel in 4 times the amount of time. Right? I mean, the thought process has always been that most likely the combination of the lowest or the fastest attacking skill together with fastest attacking skill together with all the support options will be what you're looking for. Because why wouldn't that be just the best choice? And I can make things vulnerable, and I don't have to look for vulnerable now with like otherwise I always have to try to make things vulnerable the hard way. Right? With Necro, it can be like kind of daunting to make things vulnerable. Now I just have my little bot do his stupid Tempest, and it just has everything be permanently vulnerable, and I don't have to like care for that at all. Done. While I essentially just blast everything into smithereens, right? The blasting into smithereens works really well. Now, before the question comes, what about Blood Surge, guys? You know what the fun part about Blood Surge is? That it takes me one single aspect change, and I can play this Blood Surge. So you want to see the Blood Surge version as well today, Chad? You want to see it today? Like I can show you both. You can make both. It's funny because like you get 2 builds for the cost of 1. Actually, I can even change the Blood Surge further. Like I can make the Blood Surge even better because it needs a different chest piece. So like two builds in 1 day? What? That's crazy, Pony. No problem. What we still need is the Flicker Step, though. So, like, because Flicker Step in this case here right now has me go aggressive between the minions. And whenever you dash through someone, you get the cooldown reduction. So right now, you notice how I'm waiting for my cooldown to be up. And that's where Flicker Step comes in. And it's just so efficient because it would essentially allow me to just keep going through everyone. But at the same time, I would permanently have the Bone Storm on cooldown reduction. That's what you have to consider right now. It's kind of like super good. Actually, I like chat. I'm sorry. I'm a filthy liar. I need to change a few things. Aha. I am a filthy liar for blood for Blood Surge. Aha. I mean, they're heavily adjacent builds though, and I have all the pieces I need to make it work, so it'll be simple. Wait, chat. Am I just? No, I'm running with it. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'm actually running with the pants. Oops. No, wait, that's interesting. I can run different pants too. No, wait, I can actually run a different helmet. Oh, that's interesting. Some things just changed in my head because last season we had to play T-Bolt's Will. We don't actually have to play T-Bolt's Will anymore. Oh, where do I have to? Oh, there. We don't have to play T-Bolt's Will anymore. I mean, well, it means have to, but it's not working. Like, it's very important. T-Bolt's Will used to be such a good item for Necro, and sadly that usefulness is gone completely. So for this build, there's one important thing, like where we're using Blood Orbs right now, correct, chat? But you can actually do an interesting thing and not use Blood Orbs for essence production. You can still use the Blood Orbs, but you wouldn't use the Blood Orbs to make essence, okay? I can show you this, like, because there's another level of interest to this build. Let's do that next turn. But I need like different lucky hit chance for this too. So what you can do as well. Did not like Barb? Yeah, I don't like Barb as well. Barb is insane. There's no question about that. But it's boring. There's nothing more boring than playing Barb. Sorry. And that comes from a Necro player. Why is T-Bolt's Will useless? Well, how do you become unstoppable as the Necro? That's Blood Mist. How often can you do Blood Mist? Exactly. Before, we could just dash with a Metamorphosis Vampiric Power, or however you pronounce that. Sorry for my failing pronunciations, Chad. So with the Vampiric Power, you could make everything, you could make yourself unstoppable. Sorry, I'm just standing here, like, pressing my 2-button, Chad. Sorry, I'm just standing there holding down my 2-button and that's it. Like, doing nothing else. What's the lowest effort, no brain build? Welcome to the lowest effort, no brain build, Chad. I hope you're liking that. So yeah, where was I stuck? Barb, useless, no fun. Not even the best version of the build. You only solo. I mostly play solo. I treat Diablo as a solo game. I'm not like Rob, who always has like an entourage of 4 players and they like figure out all these cool team strats. I'm solo with the chat. Like it's us, chat. It's you and me. We're in this together. Okay, kiss kiss. We're fantastic. Okie dokie. So since I wanted to first show you the other side of the coin, and then we're going to flick things around a little bit. And I'm also going to show you the Blood Surge build, okay? Not going to be very difficult to do that. We're not going to play the Blood Surge build at maximum efficiency, though, because I don't have the want to swap around all my item pieces. But just to give you a taste for what the Blood Surge would actually do. We'll do the Blood Surge as well in time. Okay, so first, we need the Ring of Exposed Flesh, because this is a very intriguing thing about Bloodlands. Right now, every single Blood Orb we consume gives us 17 Essence. That's nice, especially because we pay 15 for Bloodlands, correct? That's a guaranteed Essence gain. Like, you have to consider the 17 essence we get from Blood Orbs is a guaranteed essence gain if there is a Blood Orb, correct? And what is very important that you actually want as much essence as possible, because right now we only have 122 essence. That's actually shit, okay? Having only 122 essence is shit for one single reason. Because I cannot gain more. But with the amount of Blood Orbs that we're consuming, more would be better. So right now, if you're looking at this Paragon board that I have, it's not efficient. I'll actually redo this Paragon board probably 4 times over. Because the plan would be that we're either going to be dumping Flesh Eater, or that we're going to be dumping the complete Blood Baguettes board. But that is for Blood Surge to add Bone Graft. Because the Bone Graft board, just for your interest, has a node called Reinvigorate. And Reinvigorate gives you 16 essence plus, another 4 essence plus. So you're getting like 20 essence and then another 4 essence plus. So we're getting 24 essence, and then we're getting like 28 essence plus in total. That means with 28 essence plus in total, you're going to end up at 150. And then you're at the point where you never run out of essence and can just go for more in total. So now what we're going to do is we have Exposed Flesh. This ring instead of the Potent Blood. Now I have a 10% chance on a vulnerable target to get 30 essence. What's going to happen is you're going to do your Bone Storm. Your bot makes everything vulnerable, and I hold down my 2 button, and as you kind of see, like, my essence is infinite. Now the question is, what is better? What's better? Getting Blood Orb Essence production, or technically having the chance to just have infinite essence? It seems Giga broken. It is to a degree. This is obviously in the lab right now. So now if we're taking this for a spin, Chan, take this for a spin, it works a wee bit less efficient in reality. It's working against groups, but what about bosses? It works against bosses as well. Less efficient, and you might have to Blood Mist in between. What helps is having your lucky hit chance maxed out, because right now I don't have my lucky hit chance maxed out. My helmet doesn't have lucky hit chance on barrier. My wand has lucky hit chance. My ring has lucky hit chance. This does not have lucky hit chance, which is a huge miss. My amulet can also have lucky hit chance while barrier, I think, and my gloves can have lucky hit chance. So I'm roughly missing like another 30% lucky hit chance. So we're only like at 30% in total right now, which puts my Bloodlands at 42. That's kind of low. You can put that up to 50, 52%. I think almost 60% I got it at some point. And that makes a huge difference to then at the boss make it more reliable, right? Also, don't forget that to the, like for this to work, your enemies need to be vulnerable. That means you actually have to wait for your bot to use Tempest to make things vulnerable, right? Because if your bot is not using Tempest to make things vulnerable, then you are not able to use this. And it kind of like due to having to wait for your bot, slows things down a little bit. So as you can see, like in reality, I need to wait for him to do the arcing support, right? And then things are vulnerable. I can start spamming again. Now you could alleviate this or make this a little bit better by also having your corpse tunnel makes things vulnerable, but then you're getting less blood orbs, and like your corpse shamambo bambo, your bloodlands also consumes the blood orbs, right? That's something to consider. Right? Like obviously, if your bone storm is running, and this is something to put now into the equation, guys. If your bone storm is running, your bone storm also has a 51% lucky hit chance. So if the bone storm is running now, and it's running on like things that are vulnerable behind you, then the bone storm is also constantly slapping them in the face and like giving you essence back as you're just existing and going through the dungeon, right? So this is like a multi-layered essence production. Plus, don't forget that now my bot is hanging behind, so we're not getting the vulnerable, so we're not getting the essence production, right? Now he's here, so we're getting the vulnerable. Thank you very much, robot. Appreciate it. So, where was I stuck? Essence production, vulnerable, blood mist, blood storm. Yep. We are not at maximum efficiency due to lucky hit chance. And it was better to use this in season 2 because of the vampiric powers. Because the vampiric powers had something called a cursed touch. And a cursed touch would essentially make everything vulnerable you hit right away. So you didn't actually have to rely on vulnerability through proxy means. Like you just hit things, lucky hit chance, vulnerable. Now I do have to wait essentially for my robot to like, I don't know where he actually is right now. And I don't see him. I think he's somewhere here in the middle, like making things, yeah, things are purple. So he's here. And again, we're not running out of essence, right? And the corpse explosion have lucky hit too. Did I say the corpse explosion have lucky hit to make things vulnerable? Yeah, they have lucky hit too. So that's cool. The resistance is 70, you cannot get them higher. Well, that is, and like, let me surprise you and blow your mind. You're at the resistance cap. Yeah. So you actually have done everything you need to do. Like, you're perfect. Sir, you're officially perfect. Now, I'm not sure which version I like more. I mean, both versions are efficient. The one relies on blood orbs. The other one doesn't rely on blood orbs. So make it of that what you want, right? Like which one do you like more now? The one that does vulnerable essence production or the one that doesn't? The biggest problem is having to wait for your robot, and like that your robot essentially doesn't just is where you are or it gets teleported forward. If the robot was always where you are, like if he just straight up engages in front of me, that would be great. I mean, maybe I should give him a teleport support, but I need the arcing support kind of to make everything vulnerable, right? Because every opponent needs to be vulnerable. That's the advantage of the Blood Surge build, because the Blood Surge build over this build can use the Corpse Tendril. So with the Blood Surge build, you essentially Blood Surge in, the Blood Mist in, then you can pull everything together, and then you have everything vulnerable straight away because you've been using the Corpse Tendrils for vulnerability. So that's a little bit more efficient on that regard. Vulnerable again, restoring my essence. Thank you. Go for a bunch of corpse explosions. Essence restored again. Pull things together, make the bone storm. Boom. Like we're not really running out, as you can see. And again, like not maximum lucky hit chance, right? We're missing like literally 20% lucky hit chance to make this even more efficient. Now our corpse explosion is like only at 32%. I would actually be at 50, by the way, but they nerfed lucky hit on corpse explosion. Yep, probably. Now, don't ask me why they did that, chat, because I have no answer, but like, what the fuck, okay? I literally don't have an answer because there's no answer. There's no good answer why they would in any capacity nerf this. Can you upload this build to MOBA, please? Oh, this build will end on MOBA. This build will get a whole video tomorrow where we talk about it. And I'm essentially going to go down in all the different versions. So this is like the live stream where we build this. Just in general, if you're new to this content, hi. And if you haven't subscribed yet or liked the stream, Dark Wizard, thank you for your support. Name's Ponyhoff. I like to do these things, but when we do a new build, I prefer to do it live on stream with you. So you can all give your input because you're not stupid, chat, right? I mean, some of you, but not everyone. So you're not stupid. Like, you have ideas too. You're like, you know what? This could be good. And I'm like, let's give it a try, right? Let's give it a spin. Maybe you have a fantastic plan that could work out as well. By the way, we're still doing this, guys, without... We're still doing this without having a good talisman. So we're essentially missing on another 30% multiplicative damage, okay? Consistently throughout the board right now. Let's get rid of the equipment, and then I'll tell you what otherwise you could be doing. Because there's a really, really funny shamambo bambos going on. We need another overpower damage wand. Yeah, this one will do for now. Ranks to sever overpower damage in strength. I need better gloves. Better gloves. All these gloves are trash, and I hate them. So if you now wanted to swap this over to Blood Surge, okay, you would have to change the complete Paragon board. So this complete Paragon board gets kicked out. We're not going to do that right now. But technically, the only thing you need to change is your chest piece. In this case, I tend to take the Mutilator Plate out. Put these here in the back right now. I tend to take the Mutilator Plate out. And I usually tend to put Soulbrand in because Soulbrand is bonus lucky hit chance while you have Barrier. That's kind of cool. And it gives you more damage reduction while you have Barrier, which makes Blood Surge really good. You do not need the Embalmer anymore because you do not need the Blood Orbs. So now you could play Disobedience to armor yourself out. You could play Juggernaut. You could play whatever you feel like. So you have the choice. But you could also ditch whatever helmet you have, and you could, for example, play the Godslayer crown if you feel like it. Because Godslayer crown always works nice, or you could play a Shaco. So Godslayer crown or Shaco, both are actual options that would work together with this build. We're going for Blood Surge. I mean, the problem with the Godslayer crown is that it has a maximum life roll, it has cooldown reduction, but it doesn't have total armor percentage. So you're kind of lowering your total armor total, which is okay for Blood Surge because Blood Surge heals with every single ability. That's kind of like now Godslayer crown. You could use this, but as you see, we're only at 10,000 armor, which is still okay-ish. Kind of considering that. And you would have to change your weapon because your weapon is currently having the Bloodlands thingy going on. So we'd have to put the weapon out. Then we're going to upgrade the other weapon. And just for the process of how interchangeable these builds are. You would keep the Laswall. The Laswall is the same. Everything's like the same in that regard. We get a ruby. And then you can just go to the thingy here. And you would usually just enchant the Blood Surge double, which I don't have because I forgot to do the Hoarfrost Demise right now, but luckily I do have the Blood Surge thing going on. Oh, and you would need different gloves. I mean, obviously you would need different gloves, right, Chad? Different gloves, very important. Because these gloves have now bones, Bloodlands on it. But this would essentially be from there to then to thine already the little flicker flacker over to the Blood Surge build. Now there's a little bit more intricacies to it in the Paragon board that boosts this a lot because in the Paragon board you would take Essence on Kill and Essence on Kill is fire. But that is the Blood Surge build. We would go into the skill tree. You would kick out and you would go for and 1 and 2. Yep. And that's it. That's the same in green. And we're done. And now you can go for, I don't know, what is it? Light's Refuge has a boss, I think. What is this? Is this Ranged defenders. Light's Refuge is having a boss. Would a total armor 2x DR max life chest with aspect of fortune not be better than Soulbrand? Soulbrand has Lucky 8 on Barrier. That's mainly why I'm using it, Shoddington. Like the main reason is Lucky 8 chance on Barrier. You do this, and then you just then you use your Bloodlance instead of your Blood Surge because you're an idiot. So now you're just going around and you're just blood surging everything, right? You're just a walking, talking calamity. Oh, one thing we need to do is we need to take the skill point now, as I talked about, over to vulnerable. So we really make sure to get the vulnerable, because you notice how I'm way faster than my bot. And if my bot is not here, then I'm not getting the vulnerable going, and I'm actually not getting my essence reproduction going. So we're kind of like forced to have that little shitter with us. But yeah, I mean, it's a tier 100 dungeon and you're just one buttoning everything essentially. Like in order to get things vulnerable, you do this now, then you pull things together, then you have the vulnerable, then you kill them, then you get essence back for killing them as they're vulnerable. But you're really forced to like I'm waiting for him, right? Makes things vulnerable, and then I can start blasting. It's a bit of a nuisance because the build relies on zooming, right? Like you want to be fast. Oh, now I just used that up. That's a bit useless. You want to be fast and you don't want to be slow, because if you're slow, like you're going to be running out of cooldown on your... You're going to run out of Bone Storm cooldown, and as soon as you run out of Bone Storm cooldown, then you're not going to get your things going. So here right now, like, right, our essence gets just reproduced. So you're running out of Bone Storm cooldown, and then you gotta wait for it again to have your Litless Wall be useful. And that kind of gets alleviated by Flicker Step again. So a lot of parts that need to be together to make it truly work. And that's where I feel like the Bloodlands build is a little bit better right now, because the Bloodlands Blood Orb combination just does simply not rely on the vulnerable. And I hate the part where you rely on the vulnerable, right? That means you need the Initiative's Tuning Stone. Yeah, but we can't play the Initiative's Tuning Stone, because if we would take the Initiative's Tuning Stone, we couldn't play the Breaking Tuning Stone or the Resource Support Tuning Stone. Right? I would just enjoy if the bot was just always with me. That would make life tremendously easier. You're stuck at 55. What do you recommend leveling at 44? I mean, with 55, I would recommend doing the Capstone Dungeon, if you feel powerful enough. But it comes down to like your personal, like how good do you feel to build this right now? Because technically with that level, I mean, easy squeezy, lemon peasy. But how am I fortifying right now? So like we're standing here right now and we're just refilling our essence, but we die because we don't have the barrier, because Bone Storm cooldown. So you notice how this feels like more clunky than the Bloodlands, where Bloodlands is actually the clunky feeling one, which is a surprise to me. Oh, oops, my gear's broken. Like this actually does feel more clunky than Bloodlands right now. So yeah, and the Initiative support has what for a cooldown? I mean, you see what speed I'm putting down here to get through the dungeon. If we would take resource support out and we would take initiative support, then that would be every 10 seconds. Per enemy. Wait, per enemy. So let's just assume I would take initiative. No, wait. The support skill will cause the essential... Wait, let's see. If I take this instead of the resource support to truly have him always with me, might it be better to have him at least with me to have more vulnerable over the resource? How much percent of overpower damage? With the Bloodlands, we had 3,000%. This one is 3,200 right now. We usually end up around 3,600. It's like kind of the way you want to go. 3,600 is good. See, now we're not getting any passive resource gain right now from the robot, and we're actually stuck, you know, not getting the resource despite having the what was it called again? The vulnerable. I have the vulnerable, but now we're missing like the nice passive resource gain. which wouldn't be a problem if we had the amount of lucky hit chance and everything going on. But we just don't have the amount of lucky hit chance right now. Because last season, you know, kind of worked with that. So you're like back to the other problem where you essentially need more lucky hit chance to make this work. I mean, he teleports in. It definitely like works with a vulnerable better, but now we're like adding up to like essentially just needing lucky hit chance. So it's funny how the vampiric powers truly made Blood Surge better than Bloodlands, and now Bloodlands is actually better. I am humbled by this knowledge right now because I did not believe so. This is very interesting to me. Even with the Paragon board change. So again, the Paragon board change is huge. Don't forget that. Like getting Essence on kill is nice to make this more fluent. But even if I had the full lucky hit chance booster going on right now, correct? It would feel clunkier than Bloodlands. Oh, that's shit. I don't like that. This does not have me happy, chat, because I love Blood Surge. Let me tell you this. This is not what I would like to see. Yeah. This is not what... Yeah. It's interesting. It also plays a role that the corpse explosion get like nerfed, right? But not as big as a role as it should. Yeah, but not getting that like constant resource. Like if we now change this right quickly for first resource support. Let me just run away from this for a second. Resource support is safeguard. Burning resource. Here. See, there's resource support now. And like now we're getting 20 resource every 0.x seconds, which like just if I'm a blood mist, for example, makes things just work out. But in general, also just like hires my resource gain. Like whenever you have like a downtime or do something like up, you just get that back. And we just can like cast with way higher frequency, right? So the actual resource support is just for any kind of Necro build insane, because that's what Necro suffers from. Necro always suffers from Necro always suffers from resource issues. Yeah, this looks like a painful boss fight, but here, see, that's the point now. Let's just do the flip side. So that was Blood Surge. Okay. And you notice how Blood Surge feels a little bit clunky. Now let's just do the flip side. We're gonna put the points from Surge over to Lands. There you go. Paranormal Bloodlands. We'll put Bloodlands back into the fray. We swap the weapon. The weapon comes out. Weapon comes in. Helmet comes out. Helmet comes in. Mutilator Plate. Am I forgetting something? We could keep the Ring of Exposed Flesh because that one works as well. So that's just taste choice, right? And like, where's actually my Blood Orb Potent Ring? I did not destroy you accidentally, did I? I have more of that, but I would be sad. See, there's my Blood Orb Healthy Ring thingy. So now let's hear just with a lance, right? Why the sudden to go blood? Bone Spear no good? Or no, Müller, I'm a content creator. I need to make content. I mean, do you want to see me 4 weeks long just play nothing else but Bone Spirit and never like touch a different build? So now you notice how my essence just like is my essence, right? And my essence keeps essencing, and there's more essence, and I haven't set essence yet. And like the first one is already dead, so that's cool to know. And then the second one is also going down, so we're just holding down my 2 button. Then we do a blood mist in between just to get a bit more corpses. Also to give my essence like time to catch up and some more corpses to actually get consumed. Then we're getting some damage because we don't have our Bone Storm going on right now, and we're missing our like boots to like replenish it. But you notice how we're just like, you know, spamming these down like, while we're just holding down the 2 button and everything just dies, right? So that's that. That's the comparison on how much better Bloodlands just feels. We'd have this 21 already. Jesus, that was quack. Good. Now, coming back to the topic of I need flicker step. So we're going to farm Helltides. How is this built in the overworld, ladies and gentlemen, you ask? Well, I have an answer for you. We will go into the overworld to just overworld test this, okay? How's Infinimus doing this season? Fantastic. But Infinimus, from current predictions, will simply not be good for the leaderboard. How hard is Littlest Wall to get? I dropped it in the overworld. Luckily. I dropped now 3 Littlest Walls in the overworld. Like, so one thing that happened, chat, if you do Nightmare Vaults, you will get uniques. Simple as it is. They hired the chance of uniques coming from Nightmare Dungeons without telling us, and that's a fact. We don't have to talk about it. The amount of uniques you're getting seems 8 times higher than usual. Otherwise, you want to get it from Lord Zir. For Lord Zir, you need to do Legion events and world bosses to get Exquisite Blood. Yeah, this is also working nicely in the overworld because like my lances are just doing so much damage that like one lance just killed something. It's actually funny. Boop, 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 boop. Let's just try everything and off to the next. Vaults or dungeons? Vaults because more loot. I mean, I have gotten yesterday, and I hate just like, this is not bragging, chat. This is not RNG. So I have gotten yesterday from Nightmare 100 dungeon, vaults. Sorry, not dungeons, vaults. I've gotten yesterday roughly 14 unique items. You can watch the stream on YouTube, 14 unique items. Then today, I've already gotten 5 unique items again from vaults. I haven't done that many vaults. So in the last 2 days, roughly 20 unique items from vaults. And since I'm doing tier 100s or 90 pluses, these unique items are all 925. Okay? 925. Like, think about it, chat. That means I always get the max roll if I get a weapon. So a weapon will always be max damage. Not max roll and everything, but max damage. And the armor will always also be max rolled. So that's amazing, right? No questions asked. Now you just obviously have to get like good rolls on them regardless. But yeah, I mean, if you just want to have uniques at this point, I would just recommend like just do Nightmare Vaults. It's just so much. Did they remove the random drop of Scattered Prism? Good question. I don't have many as well, but you don't need also that many Scattered Prisms, right? I mean, once you have like your items, like you need every now and then.
I need more time.
So yeah, the loot pinata is real. Like I do believe if you're not doing Nightmare Vaults, you're doing a mistake this season. Especially because Nightmare Vaults, I mean, how long does a Nightmare Vault take? Even if you're paying attention to not get hit by traps, it's like 2 to 3 minutes for a Nightmare Vault. It's so quick. I mean, like seriously, I was trying to record a YouTube video explaining like a Nightmare Vault push, and I was like, oh shit. I did it in 2 minutes. That's unfortunate. That was like a bit too fast. So yeah, unlucky. And I'm Necro, I'm the slowest class, right? So I can do a Nightmare Vault in like, what, 2-3 minutes, and I'm like a Necro. I'm slow. I cannot teleport. I have no movement abilities. I can't jump like, you know? If I get hit by a trap, I'm stuck. I just like the Helltide grind. Like, in comparison to all the other stuff, I'm okay with it right now. Because Helltide grind is kind of like where I just turn off my brain and just press my button a little bit. So it's like a bit of the mindless grind. What I hate about Helltide is that they didn't innovate it. So you know how Blood Harvest, if you spend time in Blood Harvest, gives you these Bloodseekers that are jumping you. Why doesn't Helltide have Generals of Grégoire jumping you? Because the boss of the Helltide is Grégoire the Galvanic Saint, right? And when you spend a certain time X in a Blood and Helltide, then at some point, a bunch of elites are jumping you, elite half bosses. And then when you spend more time, more elite half bosses are jumping you. And they're going to try to kill you and get away your aberrant cinders. That would make it like way more fun risk reward kind of shenanigan. It would also be cool to have like another mini boss opponent to kill, like the Son of Malphas and whatsoever. And you could have these random generals also have a chance to drop steel, right? So there would be there would be such a way to make Helltide a worthy, fun activity with minor tweaks and twerks. Mind me, not much. I mean, and it has been in a Blood Harvest already. Can you kill Uber Lilith? She has been changed. I can kill Uber Lilith. It's just annoying now. So what has changed about Uber Lilith, in case you missed this, chat? You can't cheese her anymore. So she will always summon the fire drops, and the fire drops can one-hit you. Congratulations. That's the change to Uber Lilith, so there's no cheesing anymore. She will go through a whole mechanics in phase 2. Yeah. Yay, she's harder now. Woo! Good change. I mean, like Uber Lilith was already stupid from a design standpoint because as a necro, because she has these flames that one-hit kill you, right? And the necromancer has no single travel ability to avoid them. Yeah. I mean, you don't understand how stupid designed Uber Lilith is, or how bad designed necro is, unless you have tried her as a necro.
I need time to do that.
Because, yeah, like you know, flawed. By the way, Fioman, thank you for your subscription. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the brand new sub and Undertaker with the 73 months. Howdy. So yeah, I think I will kill Uber Lilith like one single time this season just for the achievement, but I will actually not kill her for builds because like, I mean, just make one build that has a good movement speed ability or like have triple dash boots or something going on so you can actually evade the flames. And then you just have to go through the mechanics in phase 2. I mean, my Bone Spirit build or my Bone Spear build, both, they do enough damage to just kill her. Then I just have to like avoid the flames and done. I did try here on my Necro. I could not beat her once this day. Well, we have there's a certain Bloodlands build that is only meant to kill Uber Lilith. You know, there's a certain Bloodlands build which is so heavily overpowered, like heavily overpowered, and it's essentially just there to kill Uber Lilith. It's even running the pans. Like there's a pans. They're called the Blood Moon Breaches. The Blood Moon Breaches are technically completely useless. Technically. But they give you 70% bonus overpower damage, which is kind of cool. Multiplicative overpower damage on everything you do, right? And if you pair the Blood Moon Breaches together with a Banished Lord's Talisman, oh, let me tell you, son, there's quite some shebang coming together. Your Firewall Sar can't see her attacks as well. Welcome to the Shadow Necro problematic. I do know what you say. Like when you're playing a Firewall Sork in phase 1 and she does her walls, that one hit kill you, and then you're putting down your firewalls, and then you're like, oh, where is it? I can't see it, and then whoa, you die. Uber Lilith in total is a nice boss, but we can all agree that she is inherently flawed in many ways. Oh, I have to drop some combat fortune. I'm gathering elixirs right now for one reason. And you know what? You want to know what reason is, chat? Leaderboards. I mean, seriously. Like, if you want to be the #1 in the leaderboard, right? You need to have the perfect potion. I mean, for example, for my builds that rely on lucky hit chance, I need the lucky hit chance potion. There's like no question, correct? And if you're then trying to jam out the leaderboards to like really get that #1 position, there you go. Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely be interested to try a couple of times for, I mean, top 1,000 I will always do. There's no question about that. Because the top 1,000 is just for me, but I want to get top 10 too. I mean, I want to land in that Hall of Ancients. Until the Asians decide to play on our server. I don't know if the leaderboards are going to be regional and you're going to have VPNing Asian players who are just no-lifing it. Because that's a concern, a genuine concern. Because if the Asian no-life players are coming, then that's it. I quit. I'm not gonna try top 10. Can't beat them. You get last on the leaderboard, that's where you... Nah, you'll be good in the leaderboards. I mean, you'll just take one of the builds I present to you, and then you're gonna do it. The Asians are just the best. It's not about being the best or not. They just have a different level of dedication that I'm not willing to match in a single way. You know? When I have a family, I have a life. I want to try things for fun, but as soon as as soon as fun turns into a too big chore, then I'm like, yep, that's enough for me. Thank you very much. The level of dedication, like I'm too old for that, and I have too much family for that to lose my life over it, right? Is Blighted Corpse Explosion worth it in Bloodlands? No. You can do Blighted Corpse Explosion instead of the actual Corpse Explosion, but honestly, since you're pumping physical damage and you're doing physical damage, like your Corpse Explosion actually does reasonable amounts of damage with its normal explosions, especially if you get the bonus points in, because Corpse Explosion does more damage if the enemy is vulnerable, slowed, and stunned. And vulnerable, slow, and stun are all three things you're doing. So you're essentially vulnerable, slow, stunning your opponents, and then you're getting vulnerable, slow, stun damage bonus, and that is also getting multiplied by your overpower and your critical strike chance and everything. So yeah, it's actually quite good, and it would be like kind of stupid to ignore. You saw a dude with Grandfather at level 91. I mean, you know, some people, they just no life. You're real. I mean, you have sometimes people that drop after one single try. Grandfather. Like not everyone is unlucky, Chad. Some people also have these whitelisted boosted streamer accounts from Blizzard, you know. Some people go on the internet to buy what is a Duriel try, guys? I think you can buy like 10 Duriel tries for $10 or something like this, or is it 100 for 10? I don't know. So yeah, you can buy a bunch of Duriel tries for real life money. Yeah, I know people do that. You'd be surprised. 500 runs, but what? 500 for 10 bucks? I'll hold my beer, chat. Yeah, sorry, I need to log off quickly and pretend that I farmed this all myself. Due to duping, I know it's due to duping, and you shouldn't do it. Like, I mean, like it might be only 10 bucks, but like putting money into that kind of economy is just nothing you should be participating in. It's your choice, though. It's your money. Like, I'm not your real father. I'm just your sexy internet father. Your sexy, humble internet father. Very sexy, very humble, too. Honest, also. So I'm like, yeah. Like, trademark symbols. Very humble. And, you know, you shouldn't. It's down to you. And sexy. Have I said sexy yet? No. Okay, good. Humble. Especially humble. Zaddy. Good. Yeah. So don't do it. Right? Because it's gone at the end of the season. I mean, imagine like spending... The best part is, imagine spending 20 bucks to do 1,000 Duriel runs. And like, also you have to do these 1,000 Duriel runs, right? They're not fun. Like, this is what I don't understand is, like, if I buy 500 tries for Duriel, do you know how bored I will be at the end? I will be so bored that I just literally, like, I don't know. I just want to never touch this game again. And I guess you'll watch a movie while doing it, right? The only way how I can see this possibly not being mind-numbingly boring is if you put on a movie and then you just brain dead farm Duriel for what reason ever to get the Uber uniques. And yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're watching Duriels and watching some good streamer content. See, I can see that, but for me as the streamer, for example, Duriel is extremely boring, chat. It's just like there's no joy. There's not a single not a single second of joy. It's just go there, kill him, see the loot, be bored, be even more bored. But I guess we can throw in a movie too to do reels, but yeah. I mean, maybe if I need number 1 in the leaderboard, I'll just, you know, I'll just do 1,000 Asian duriels, duping farm, whatever, after like, you know, for the leaderboards, but even that. Bone Spirit build versus Bloodlands, which one do you prefer? From a fun perspective, I still have to say the Bone Spirit. So if we're just talking about genuine joy of playing, okay? Bone Spirit is so cool because you run into a pack of mobs and you press your right mouse button and it's like that noise of the corpse explosion, but with Bone Spirit. And it's just such a it's like dopamine fun, just going around and being like it's joy. But I have to say that from an efficiency standpoint, right, that the Bloodlands build is very appealing. You know, it's just like, it gives me joy to see how smooth this works. Like the blood ore production, and then you're pulling things together, and then the bonus attack speed, and you're getting your storms, and your cooldowns are so low, and your overpowers are overpowering, and like everything is just working. It's a well-oiled machine. I mean, blame my ADHD, blame me being German. I don't know what you want to blame. But it's just a joy to see something coming together and a plan working out and everything just like really fitting hand in hand, and, you know, every part of the build just being well thought through. And that's just joy, you know? If they would make boss mats untradeable, the whole market would be gone. That's the sad part, though. Boss materials should be tradable, I guess, because what if you and your friends, each of you has a shard of agony, and you kind of want to do duriels, and then you know, you and your friend, you do it together. So that's that. Feels like sad if they're not. Is Bloodlines good for bosses? Yes, incredibly good. Can you show me mouse and keyboard settings? You make a mistake. So you go under controls, you mark this off here. This is important. Mark this off. Combine, move, interact, basic skill. Then your basic skill slot is 5 in my case, save. And your move and interact, they come together here. This is move, this is interact, and then you have move and interact together. Boom. And now I can move and interact with my left mouse button. And on 5, I do have the other things. Is Bone Spear no longer good? No, Bone Spear is still fantastic. I'm a content creator. I need a disclaimer like, I'm a content creator. I need to play other builds. Like, I don't want to... So what I could do now for the next 2 weeks... Okay, guys. The next 2 weeks, there's 2 things I could do. I could either keep playing my Bone Spirit build and make new videos where I say, this changes everything. And then I change like one single aspect and pretend that it get better. Okay. And then the next video is going to be about me finding a glove that has 2% more total armor percentage, but I'm going to somehow make a 12-minute video out of this where the 2% more armor percentage is going to change everything again. That could be my next 2 weeks. And like, yeah, it's possible. No problem. I could do that. But instead of doing this, I'd rather, you know, like, fling through all the builds that Necro has to offer and essentially like just give you options. Like I believe in options, right? Like there's many good builds. Bone Spear is probably going to be the #1 in the leaderboard. Like Bloodlands has a chance to compete for this. I'm going to be honest, this is not me just trying to sell my build, Shan. I think Bloodlands has a reasonable good shot and like doing good. And that's why we're doing it too. How about Necro group meta? We're Necros. We don't group. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What is this group meta thing you're talking about? What's a group? What are friends? I mean, seriously. What are friends? I'm good. Everything is fine. No one got hurt. Gauntlet is for groups? No, Gauntlet is single. I mean, you can enter into the Gauntlet as a group. Like, yeah, it's possible, right? But come on now.
I need more time.
I mean, who has friends? It's 2023, Chad. Who has friends? 2024, sorry. Same, yeah. Oh, that's a max roll on splintering. Yep, I want that. Look at me, mom. Okay, blood lance and attack speed. Fuck. Finding like, oh wow, that's 60% overpower damage, dex, and strength, and that's useless. Okay, this is blood lance and overpower damage, which is insane, right? And then the other two stats are useless. We still need an amulet, though. Amulet, Chad. With Tides of Blood. Tides of 16.5% essence cost reduction. Yeah, who are you kidding? That's an amazing amulet, by the way.
Cannot be salvaged.
Okay, where was I stuck? Oh, yeah. I was stuck checking the jeweler, always. Why is sword and shield better than a two-handed sword? Attack speed. Sword, two-handed, will give you a higher net total of damage because you generally just have harder hitting hits. But your attack speed is shit.
I cannot do that.
Now, blood lance lances enemies, and the more lanced enemies, every lanced enemy takes damage whenever you lance a thing. So blood lance, the more you lance, then you lance, and then you lance more, and then the more you lance, the more you lance. Okay? And the more lance is lancing, then there's a lot of lancing happening. If you do that actually with a two-handed weapon, that's not worth it because you essentially net total attack slower, might do higher hits, but you're doing less lances, and lances really profits from a cascading amount of damage. Yeah. Thoughts about Blood Moon Breaches. There are 70% multiplier to the damage you're dealing, but all the other stats are useless because we're not using curses. I mean, you might look at my board right now and you don't see a single curse. If I was playing Blood Moon Breaches, I would lose a 15% armor total percentage plus and 2 damage reductions plus maximum life, which will make us weaker. But not only would I lose that, I could compensate for this. You lose the aspect, which is the barrier storm, and I need the aspect. I can't put the aspect anywhere else. Plus, well, I'm not running a curse, and I don't need a curse in this build. Using Banished Lord's Talisman, currently not, because Season 2 had one thing going on. You want to know what Season 2 had going on, Chad? Season 2 had you be able to get attack speed with lucky hits. There was the Vampiric Power. What was it called again? So the Vampiric Power just made you faster hitting. Right, very easy. I forget the name. That one is gone. Ravenous, yeah, Ravenous. So Ravenous was really cool. Gone, and now I have to replace that through an aspect because the bonus attack speed is truly needed for blood builds. The thing about Banished Lord's Talisman is, guys, Banished Lord's Talisman gives you 100% bonus damage, okay? 100% bonus damage. But if you're not using Banished Lord's Talisman, you're also getting, instead, 30% multiplicative damage on all overpowers that are also not crits. So either you could get 100% bonus damage on your crits, giving you the super ultra crits, or all your overpower damage is essentially stronger. And I get another aspect. Yeah. So make out of that what you want. Medin, thank you for the 51 centuries of support. Medin, very appreciated. Happy New Year. Appreciate it. No matter how late it is. We're taking that. Hold down the 2 button. Don't do anything else. And dead. Oh, goodness Christ. I just like holding down the 2 button and he just dies. Ah, beautiful. Is that a flesh wound on your chest? No, this is just a blood lance, Chan. Don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone calm down. I am merely bloodlanced. Okay? You are bloodlanced. And when you are bloodlanced, you fortify whenever bloodlance deals damage. Yeah. And you have a chance to make blood orbs, which is kind of cool. Oh, and your bloodlance deals 20% multiplicative more damage. Beep. Sorry, that was loud. Do you also play other classes and make guides? We have an overpowered druid guide from and some mage guides as well. Realistically, necro is most fun. I mean, I haven't even done everything necro-wise that I can do. Okay. I still have to do the Bloodlands build as we have done here. I have the pure Bone Spear build that will also be extremely strong. There is a Shadow build I want to try out, and we might actually want to go for Sever again. But I think it's actually the Poopmancer that we need to try out. Yes, chat, there's a build called the Poopmancer.
I cannot do that here.
I didn't make up the name. I did make up the name. It's called the Poopmancer. It's so good. It's so hilariously good because it just throws out blood waves, and they're shadow blood waves, and they do so much damage that I believe they could be good for the gauntlet. I believe they could be good for the gauntlet. And I somehow need to make the Poopmancer work with cooldown reduction, because that would be insane. But I always had like a little bit of a defense problem with the Poopmancer. The thing is, again, if the gauntlet is not a tier 100 dungeon, the Poopmancer will reign supreme. I'll wait for Frost Necro. I have 925 Howl from Below for the Frost Necro. And the Frost Necro is not impossible to play. Okay. The Frost Necro is not a fantasy. This is the only game where the Necro with minions is weaker. Without minions is stronger than with. Yep. But the reason why Necro or why minions are so bad in Diablo is because the developers are just really bad. So the main reason this happens is because the devs are bad at necroing. End of the message. I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt anyone, call anyone terrible at their job or whatever, but like seriously, ChatGPT can make a better necro. And I mean that with all the love of my heart and with all the respect to people doing their job and getting paid to do their job. But if I was doing my job like that, I wouldn't have one. You know? If I was doing my job like that and deliver such a concept that doesn't work in many ways. And like, regardless of this, by the way, still Necro my favorite class to play, right? I wouldn't have a job. I wouldn't have beers. I know that much for free. Ow! No, dude, I was like just holding one button down. Oh, Flicker Stab. Yeah, I was like, why are we killing him again? Flicker Stab, please. Yes! Wait, there's only Flicker Stab that can drop here, correct? There's nothing else that can drop here. I'm not getting robbed? Yeah, I was making sure I'm not getting robbed right now. Good. Now I can finally show you the pinnacle of this build, chat. I hope you're ready. I did build last season with an aspect for 2 blood waves that makes blood wave darkness skill, but it's bad for bosses. It's not bad for bosses, Nicola. What are you talking about? The shadow build is insane for bosses. The Poopmancer. Okay, like in case you want to know about the Poopmancer, chat. Let me quickly pull this up. Self-advertisement. There is a stream where we built the Poopmancer the first time. Okay. My PC's hanging now. I'm sorry. This is because we teleported to Kjovitshad. You know, makes the PC crash because why would you teleport to Kjovitshad? So in our live streams, there is a build and it's called the Poopmancer, and it's right now. It's this one, this here, this video. That's the Poopmancer with a bloodless scream. That's fantastic and it's very dangerous. Also, Clack, thank you for the 3rd month of support. Happy you're trying to get your mount. Don't forget, guys, 2 gifted can get you a cool mount. So we do have, before we go through the gear, we do have the Bloodless Scream. Here, 925. And it does your darkness skills chill enemies for up to 100% and deal 50% in total increased damage to frozen enemies. Your darkness skills have up to 100% chance to generate 8 additional essence against frozen targets. The intriguing part about this is that our minion could technically, with frigid support, 50% of the supported skill's damage dealt is applied as cold damage over 5 seconds and applies chill. What I would like to know is, if my minion applies chill now, okay, does that stagger bosses faster? So now let's assume this also applies stagger to bosses, okay? Because the whole freezing build actually applies a lot of stagger to bosses. We could just stagger bosses so quick, it wouldn't even be funny anymore. Right? And if you stagger bosses, and that's the interesting part, the boss would take 50% more multiplicative shadow damage on all your shadow damage sources. And we're talking about a corpse explosion that does millions of damage already, that then would get 50% multiplicative damage with the Bloodless Scream, and your double blood waves, and your blood waves actually with a flicker step would also deal millions of damage. There is a reasonable thought that this actually works. I mean, I know it works. I know it works because I've tried it. But now let me say this again. If the Gauntlet is not a tier 100 dungeon, then you don't need this much defense. Your defense can be significantly lower and doesn't matter as much anymore as it would usually matter. Which essentially leads us then to be able to make builds like the Poopmancer way more efficient and better. That's total armor percentage and cooldown reduction, but the rest is completely trash. This is something to genuinely put into the equation. And where we don't know how good the leaderboard will be. Didn't they say Gauntlet will be 70 Nightmare Dungeon? No and yes. Okay, but like we can reiterate this quickly, chat, because we did this yesterday. So for the people that haven't been there yesterday, shame on you. Yeah, that's 5 push-ups right now for not being here yesterday. But, big booty. What they did is they showed us in the developer stream a little bit of the Gauntlet. Okay? We have a problem now. Because in the Gauntlet, they show a boss in the very beginning. First and foremost, this dude was really boring and ruined the season almost for us. I am sorry, Daniel. I think his name was Daniel. I forgot. So they show us a boss here. Now, we're gonna do one thing. So the boss is level 124. That would indicate a 69 or a 70 Nightmare Dungeon. Let me reduce the speed here quickly. You can see that the Druid does 2 million and 1 million damage. The boss barely loses any HP. Okay? Then the Druid does another 1 million and 300,000. Barely any HP. So this was now 6 million damage already. Correct? And the boss is not dead yet. We fought a tier 17 Nightmare Dungeon boss yesterday. Level 125 to check, to compare. The boss was dead after 10 million damage. Even less. Okay? Now, if the Gauntlet has tier 70 damage, that's fine, right? We can handle tier 70 damage. But what if the life is more like the AOZ life and artificially inflated? That's shitty. Okay, now I can show you the full build though. I get the flicker step. For the people that don't know Flicker Step, each enemy you evade through reduces your active ultimate cooldown by 2.8 seconds. Okay, 2.8 seconds, chat. And these 2.8 seconds, they do essentially allow me, because you notice how I play. I play very aggressive. I play very dive bomb beam. I just run into things. I fling my blood things around. So what's happening is you activate Bone Storm, and Bone Storm has at this point, what, 40 seconds cooldown? It is infinite due to your Litless Wall. But here, 60-second cooldown. We activate, we start blood lancing, we dash through, we dash through. Did you notice that? There's a huge amount of cooldown reduction. We dash through, and we keep this now. But as soon as we're now at the point where we might run out of Bone Storms because, well, you know, we just didn't kill things fast enough, or we didn't zoom hard enough, I already have the Bone Storm back up again. So now if my Bone Storms for whatever reason don't duplicate themselves anymore because I'm just too slow, I already have Bone Storm back up. And that's the advantage in like any Necro build, that without the use of Decrepify, I now have a Bone Storm banked. So my Litless Wall is making infinite Bone Storms, right? I get like Bone Storms for free. I don't have to care about them. But I have still that one banked Bone Storm just waiting for me now. And if I get in a shitty situation, I just activate it, then I start dashing through things again, and then I just get the cooldown on the next one. And that's where you get like this infinite Bone Storm feeling, right? My Bone Storm runs out right now, and usually it would still be on a 10-second cooldown currently. Not like this, right? I activate it again, dash through, 10-second cooldown reduction, dash through, another dash through. Like we're at 24 seconds, dash through, done, and boom, Bone Storm cooldown. So this is where Flicker Step is just S tier, right? Why I just need this. Now my free Bone Storms are still happening, so I don't actually need that Bone Storm, right? Still, if I was getting in a clutch situation, I have it. Can you show the skill tree? We can walk you through the whole build for the people that haven't seen it, but you will also get the full build guide tomorrow. As always, you'll get the build guide where I tell you to not level this build ever, to start playing this build from level 60 on tops. Like, you don't want to start before level 60 with this build. Okay, I'm sorry. You cannot play this build simply earlier because you will not have the resources to kind of like get everything. See, now there was my Bone Storm, by the way, that I just activated around myself. I'm going dashy dashy. Just run through the frost. Keep dashing. Oh, let me through. Leveling is not hard anyways. No, leveling is so good. And we have two choices we have to do tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, we could either start playing we could either start playing or swapping over to a shadow build on this character, or we could do what I wanted to do and we could level a Summoner Necro. Because, like, we all still love the Summoner Necro, and I know a lot of people still like to play him. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to do a 1-to-60 speed run with a Summoner Necro, where I'm going to be using Army of the Dead. I'm going to be using Golem. I'm going to use everything that you shouldn't use if you're smart. And I want to do a 1-to-60 speed run essentially tomorrow. We're going to take like the full 8 hours, and we're just going to send it full on. And I hope you're excited for this. And it's going to be essentially like, oh, there's another glove, chat. This glove right now is 925. So another unique, guys. This is unique number 6 from Nightmare Dungeons today, from Nightmare Vaults today. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Like, I wish I was exaggerating this, and I was trying to make vaults just seem better than they are, but I am just consistently getting these drops, and I'm pretty sure they hired the chance again. In Season 2, they lowered the chance for open world unique drops. That's a fact. I mean, like, I barely dropped, like, in all Season 2, I barely dropped anything in the open world. Everything just dropped from the unique bosses. Coincidence, right? Coincidence that they just introduced the new boss ladder, and then suddenly no open world uniques are dropping anymore. Who would have guessed? Which necro would you play in a consistent of 3 groups? Blood. Because you're gonna essentially, you could now play this build in a 3-man group, and instead of Bone Storm, you would actually use Blood Wave. So before, you know, we did this Blood Wave build that had the problem of not being super tanky. But that could reduce the cooldown of your Blood Wave like all the way. So now in a like if you're playing in a group where other people are essentially your tanks, then you can do the Bone Storm away, you can get the triple Blood Wave, and you can essentially just consistent Blood Wave. You can reduce the Blood Wave cooldown, right? You can just make sure to always be able to Blood Wave, and then you just consistently pooping out Blood Waves, and you have consistent blood orbs, and then yeah, it's crazy. And then you can stand like here on one side of the equation and just keep spamming your Bloodlands and not do anything but spam your Bloodlands, and then you win without moving a single step. So yeah, tomorrow I kind of wanted to do like a little 1 to 60 speed run with my Shadow Necro to then essentially build the Poop Mancer. So the goal would be Shadow Necro 1 to 60 with summons, and then probably after 60 I'm slowly going to transition into the Poop Mancer. Kind of like my thought process currently. Because we're going to use the Desecration Glyph. So this is the Desecration Glyph, guys. Okay? And the Desecration Glyph says, while standing in your desecrated ground, poop, you get 15% multiplicative damage. Not the point, though. The point is that Desecration gives you 20% damage for every 5 willpower. Also not the point. If this glyph is level 21, it gives you, I think, what was it? 40% more damage. 40% more damage for every 5 willpower. And it goes up to 630%. I think 680% maximum. So you can have your Blood Wave, which does 80,000 damage base, do another 630%. Plus all the other multipliers you're getting in general. And that's quite the fun part about Desecration, because Desecration is one of the few glyphs that's completely overtuned. It's not a little bit overtuned. It's not like, oh, ha, 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 ha. No, it's like... Can you rate my build? You know what? Let's see what you get there, sir. You're running Shadow Blight Key passive, that's correct. You're running Ring of Mendel, that's obviously what you want to have. Gloom passive is pretty good. Total armor cooldown reduction, that's what we want to see. You get the X-Fel's Corroded Signet. I'm generally not a fan of the Double Trouble. I would never run X-Fel's and Mendel together. It's either or, but you can do both. There's no hurdy with that. You have a lot of lucky hit chance and critical strike chance. You have the Blood Mist Corpse Explosion. Might want to swap the Blood Mist Corpse Explosion over to... Blood Mist Desecrated Ground, because Blood Mist Desecrated Ground works better with X-Felt and also with Ring of Mendel. Then you got Shadow Blight Key passive stacker. That's not that good, to be honest, because you rather want to have... Oh, you got Blood Mist Desecrated Ground, see? In this case, you don't want the Shadow Blight Key passive stacker. You want to have Corpse Tendrils. Because Corpse Tendrils hires the damage of your Mendel and your X-Fel's Corroded Signet, and therefore will be better than the Key passive. Because the Key passive stacker is nice, but, you know... Just that. Skeleton Plus. You have the Disobedience. You have the Blizzard. Blizzard is also fun. And you have the Skeleton Mages. Yep. It's a very good build. Will definitely work. There's no question that it will work. But I would just recommend for you to drop the Shadow Blight Key passive. Okay? So this is a very good build. Like, you did everything right. It's going to be super strong. If you have especially enough maximum minion life popping, it's going to be fun. But yeah, that's the only change I would recommend for you, because you will just net total do more damage. You're using Blind, which anyways, like, very good already, because that's sexy. And in your Paragon board, let's see, you get Amplify. Amplify is a good glyph. You got Wither. You do actually want the Wither node. It's too good to ignore. Like, it's just simply that. You do 100% want the Wither. You get Flash Eater. In Flash Eater, you can you have to get rid of these nodes. Damage to injured enemies is useless. You only want the critical strike damage nodes. That's just in general useless. You don't need all the elemental nodes here, just in general. There's a better board for Essence. This is like little things where you're having like everything actually happening really nice. You get the Skeletal Warrior damage for minions gain increased armor. I can see that, yes. Activated it. You have a little bit too much dexterity here because I would take less dexterity and try to just get better into this glyph without taking the dexterity. You have the bonus minion survivability, but you're missing this node, which can kind of be like a bit of a stinker. You also got here your minions deal damage. I wouldn't push this glyph further than you have. Like, just take 40 in, but don't push it further. That's points wasted. And then you also have the bonus damage, sure, into the board with Erudite. Yeah, that's okay. Dude, generally good setup. Few hiccups. Like, if you actually take all the points out, that like here the bonus points for the 70 and some points in between, you might actually be able to get to the Wither node, and you just would do so much more damage. So generally, like, that's actually a very well custom made build, sir. Good job. My respect. That will definitely work. There's no question about it. Minor twerks. Not much, just minor things. Like, you've done a very well done job. What do we need? Overpower damage, lucky hit chance, and attack speed. See, this one would be so good if it had critical strike chance instead of lucky hit chance. Fuck. Lucky hit chance, all stats, and bloodlands. Huh. Fuck. I could technically try to roll this over to overpower, but I need crit to. This is overpower in strength. That's useless, and I hate you for making me hope. Well, that's a 280% Fist of Fate. We might actually play Fist of Fate at some point. That is useless as well. Useless. Oh, that was maximum minion life with useless. With a side of useless. I can't believe that I'm not getting an amulet. Like, I'm just looking for one amulet. It cannot be that hard to get an amulet. Right, Chan? Speaking of Paragon boards, should I finish one board and go to the next, or should I go get all boards and finish them step by step? When it comes down to Paragon boards, there is 2 videos that are absolutely, like, necessary for you to watch. And I hate for giving you a video now. Like, it's like me giving you homework. So there's once the perfect Paragon up here, which literally explains how to do the perfect Paragon. Then there's also the video down here, which explains how many glyphs you should be having, which is also about the perfect Paragon and how to kind of get it. And I think there was a third one, and I don't know where it is right now. So these are like, oh, this one is also very good about Paragon knowledge in general. So these are the 3 Paragon videos that I usually recommend watching, because they kind of break down the Paragon boards the best way and how to finish boards or not finish board, and also your pathing through the Paragons. Is the blood build overall better than the bone build? I will show you another dungeon, and you just judge yourself. The bone spirit build is definitely weaker on bosses than the blood build. That is a fact, and we don't actually have to talk about this. Now, if you only do vaults, that doesn't matter because you actually don't meet bosses. Do you have a builder for this build? No, we don't have a builder for this build yet because the build was just built today. Also, the Paragon board is shit. So, for me, I've made the Paragon board for this build multiple times and I just threw it together. But realistically speaking, the Paragon board right now does do the job. It's shit, though. The problem with the Paragon board is that I need to take the Blood Begets board, because Blood Begets gives me 15% multiplier after picking up Blood Orbs. It's too good to say no to. But the Blood Begets board is ass, because I need to go here and there and there. And the only way I think how I could do this different, there's one way to do this different, and that is positioning the Blood Begets board in a sandwich between 2 other boards, so that I could, like let's say I would leave this board on the top, and then I would go on the left around, and then I would, like, on top get back into the Blood Begets board. Or on this side. That's like the only way how I see that I could actually make this work in a reasonable way. So we enter on the bottom, and then we enter on the top. And that would save me some points, potentially. And that's the only way how I can see this actually working ever, to make me not completely lose my fucking mind on how to get this done correctly. It's actually a little trick if you wanna be getting two nodes that are really split apart. Like one of my oldest boards in the Necromancer for minions. One of my oldest minion boards applies that trick where you just like circle a board with other boards to then enter from a different side again to essentially save yourself points. Because a lot of the middle stuff is just fluff and useless and you don't want it, so you just bypass that. Generally a nice little way of like traversing through boards, and saves you some points. And yeah, this is why we don't have a builder yet, because I want you to have the best of the best. Like right now, we walk through the build, and I'm sorry I forgot to go through the skills. I am so sorry, Chad. We wanted to go through the skills, so let's like after we're done here, we can go through the skills. And if you want to, we can try to make a better Paragon board. I mean, we have the chat. I have like 318 million right now without even trying. So if you want to, we can try to make a better Paragon board. I hate the fact that all Neckers need Bone Storm to be fine. No, you don't need Bone Storm. You can completely avoid playing Bone Storm. Like my Poopmancer does that, for example, and he is more than fine without Bone Storm because he kind of has Blood Mist in situations where you would usually use Bone Storm. The thing about Bone Storm is just simply, I mean, Bone Storm gives you 15% damage reduction and 20% critical strike chance, like on top of damage and lucky hit chance triggers and everything. So it's a little bit like, it's not mandatory to play it, but it's quite like fucking good. And if you compare it obviously to Blood Mist, I mean, if I have Lidless Wall, I can have Bone Storm up permanently, correct? So right now, my Bone Storm, if it's up on the map, gives me the damage reduction and gives me also the critical strike chance. So I'm having like this bonus critical strike chance, even though the Bone Storm is not around myself, but because it's on the map, right? And that in total is just where Bone Storm is just stupid comparison to the Blood Wave. Because, I mean, like my Blood Wave, when it's gone, right? Like it's not coming back. It's like it's just gone until I do it again. But in the whole time where then your Blood Wave is gone, the Bone Storm just keeps Bone Storming, right? That's a little bit silly in comparison, as you say that the class concept is just heavily flawed. I mean, when even blood builds, when even blood builds are actually using Bone Storm rather than the blood skill, then you're kind of like, huh, something is not mathing, right? Are you speaking English so accent free? Oh, I do have accent in between on certain words. But it's called 11 years of full-time streaming now. And either you get good at the language you're speaking, or you suck. Or you suck. There's always a world where you actually suck at what you do, right? Like they say, if you spend enough time with something, then you always become an expert. I'm still not an expert in lovemaking. I'm trying, though. But yeah, you actually have to try actively to improve, right? And that's what I did. Because I was casting tournament games for League of Legends, for Hearthstone, for a little bit of Counter-Strike. So I was casting a lot of stuff. There's even once in German TV, Chad, for League of Legends, which is kind of cool. The thing about that is, if you're like, your English isn't flawless to a degree, and you mispronounce easy things, people are gonna tear you a new one. People are relentless. I mean, seriously, they're mean. If you're a foreign caster and you're talking their language, You're like mispronouncing something like even ever so slightly, even if it's a hard word, right? It's like, oh my God, he's an idiot. He's an imbecile. Like, where did he go to school? Like, I could cast this better. I hope he dies. Everything, like the whole package, no? You know, the internet, John, the internet. Bone Storm is for aggressive playstyle. Blood Wave is for defensive playstyle. That's usually how you value that, because with Bone Storm, you can essentially just zoom, right? Actively zoom. Whereas with the Blood Wave, you generally like have the Blood Wave, push things in front of you forward, and you stay behind the Blood Wave. That's why I call every Blood Wave build also bullying builds, because that's what they essentially do. They bully your opponents. You know, they bully your opponents because you're using the Blood Wave to consistently push your opponents in front of you, and you have them like be pushed in front of you in like a triple push, and that's like pure untarnished just bullying. Okay, you absolutely annoying dude, can you please die so I can stand in my corner? That's my goal here. I would just want to stand back here in this corner and just don't care about anything but just throwing blood lances at you. Thank you very much. Don't actually want to fight you properly. We'll sit in my corner. I haven't dropped a unique in a while, chat. This is kind of getting a little bit sad. My bags are too full. Who would have guessed? Now let's get Imbiber all the way up. And these are the people who can't tell the difference between your and your, or horse and horse. You said you were German, yes. Born, raised, and living. Some people have accused me of pretending to be German. I don't know what the gain is. I have so far not figured out what the gain is to pretend being German, but I've been accused, Chad, before. I don't know why you would pretend to be German. What the advantage is? So isn't it usually that you pretend not to be German? But yeah. Here we are. Pretending to be German, I guess. For reasons unknown to me and you. And Jesus Christ, I guess. This is the perfect minion ring. Maximum life, maximum minion life, and like even damage to close enemies. It's actually quite good. Not even bad. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. Jesus, holy mother of everything. Like up to a 10% chance to generate 48 essence when hitting a vulnerable enemy, chat. Oh, like this I found an uber unique. Ladies and gentlemen, an uber unique. Season is crazy. If you and Woody talk, do you talk German or English? We had a tournament happening with Steel Series. In case you missed it, it was really interesting. That was right before season 3. It's actually on the Steel Series channel. If you're interested, you can still rewatch that one. And it was a speedrun tournament. And in that speedrun tournament, I was casting, and it was together with Voody and Anna Cakes. And they're like, Anna also, like she's not German, but she speaks German as well. And we're essentially all just talking English with each other. So yeah. Now, let's break it down. People were asking, what is the skill tree like? So right now what we're doing is we're playing Hemorrhage together with Enhanced Hemorrhage and Acolyte's Hemorrhage. One thing that we have to say is, I am never using Hemorrhage. Have you ever seen me use this? There is a world where we could get rid of this, okay? Then we also have Bloodlands together with Enhanced Bloodlands and Supernatural Bloodlands, followed up by Unliving Energy with Imperfectly Balanced and also Hued Flesh. Into Blood Mist with corpses. We need the corpses from Blood Mist to potentially do Plague Corpse Tendrils, and actually the Corpse Tendrils need to be Blighted Corpse Tendrils. Thank you very much. Then we have Corpse Explosion into Plate Corpse Explosion. And here now we might also consider taking this out to actually have more points that we could put somewhere else. We do have Grim Harvest into Fueled by Death, and we also have Death Reach together with Death Embrace. Now we have all the blood things taken here, and we have our Corpse Tendrils make Blood Orbs. That goes then into giving us a bit of bonus attack speed, Bone Storm, and Sacrifice Everything for Rathmus Vigor. Now the thought process here would be... that since we're never using Hemorrhage, like we have not used Hemorrhage this whole stream, chat, for this build, because we don't need to. What else could we do? We could play Bone Spirit to just randomly launch Bone Spirits for Essence production. That's bullshit. We could technically go for Iron Maiden to just have enemies take damage and heal ourselves. Also bullshit. We could use Decrapify for damage reduction and to give us the amplified damage plus cooldown reduction, which is technically not needed because you just saw how my cooldown is always reduced with Flicker Stab. So also bullshit. What is potentially an idea would be using Bone Prison together with enemies are vulnerable, and also Bone Prison makes Essence. Because the thing about Bone Prison is that if an enemy is trapped in Bone Prison, gain 25 Essence plus an additional 5 per enemy trapped. If I manage to run out of Essence, for what reason ever, or if you're against a boss, I could still do Bone Prison. It at least gives you 30 Essence, right? And 30 Essence, in my case, is another 2 Blood Lances. So right now, before I'm not using a Hemorrhage that I could never use, we could use Bone Prison. And if you use Bone Prison for vulnerable, you could technically also use a different skill for your robot. Interesting, right? So we could use a different skill for our robot, and that skill could now, instead of breaking support, be efficiency support, where I get another 14% critical strike chance on everything I do. Yeah. You could take registered damage support, right? Useless. Fortify support, useless. We don't need to fortify. Gripping support, but also useless. Don't need that. Yeah. Could, like, make us critical strike more. Right? Bone Prison gives you more Essence when you're casting it. Yes. Let me demonstrate that quickly. So Bone Prison is actually pretty good. Bone Prison has a double trouble. What tier is the best level to farm items in the vault? 90 plus. 90 is actually the optimal one because 90, like, technically there's no reason to do tier 100 because tier 100 is harder and only gives you more glyph XP. Tier 90 gives 925 items. Every single item, Knecht, you get to see there, schön, dass du da bist. Every single item that drops in a 925 dungeon and a 90 tier 90 plus dungeon is 925. So now, guys, Bone Prison, okay? Let's take the points out quickly out of this because we don't need it. Bone Prison. Then we're going to be removing that one to put Bone Prison in. Thank you very much. We'll take out the... Death Embrace to Bone Prison, Enhanced Bone Prison, and Ghastly Bone Prison. Okay. So if I blast now, my resource completely empty, right? So that's my resource completely empty. We're down to 10 and 0. If you cast Bone Prison on one target, you get 30 Essence, right? And if I then decast it, nothing happens. But if you use the aspect of Breaking Bones, which I don't have, if you then decast Bone Prison, it also triggers another Bone Prison to actually give you the Essence back. But even on a single target, if I completely run out of essence, if my bot is not refilling every essence for me, as you can see, which is crazy. Like I'm out of essence, my bot is refilling it, but if we're fighting against a boss, boom, I can get another 30 back. I can do more of this, right? I can put it down again. And everything inside the bone prison is vulnerable. Which is also kind of nice. The only problem is the cooldown that I don't like about the bone prison. That's where I'm thinking about going for the curse rather than the bone prison. Because again, if I go for the curse, even though I don't need the cooldown reduction, the curse, well, what we could do is we could put decrepify. Oh god, actually, you know what? If we don't need the cooldown reduction, we could play something really funny. Because horrid decrepify, when you and your minions hit an enemy afflicted with decrepify below 10% health, they're instantly killed. Chat, what if I don't need the cooldown reduction, but I could kill things instantly. It's worth a thought. We'd do 12% increased damage, right? So we'd do this, and whenever we kill someone, like, he would die instantly, okay? But here comes the interesting point. What if I manage to push my armor up so far that I could say, fuck you, shielding storm pens, and I could technically play Blood Moon Breaches. Blood Moon Breaches are quite nice, because what do Blood Moon Breaches do? I have one of those. So this one gives me a 70% increase to my overpowered damage, and it gives me 1 rank on the amplify damage passive, rank to curses, and it does damage reduction for enemies affected by curses plus maximum life. It's like, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. My problem is just, where would I put Shielding Storm on? That brings us back to the problem. Where would we put Shielding Storm on? Because we couldn't put Shielding Storm on the chair and the helmet, because the helmet needs to have the blood orb production. The Blood Moon Breach is not an option. Let me try a dungeon with a curse, how that feels. Okay, Chad?
Need more time.
Just get Shaco and Evernight. Yeah, but I wouldn't play Shaco on this build, most likely. But thank you. Also, we'll probably not get Evernight. It takes too long. What's the armor cap in tier 100? 13k. Also, a reason to do tier 90 dungeons, because in tier 90 dungeons, you will be good with 20,000 armor. So now, if I activate the Bone Storm, and then we're going in, then we pull things together, then we curse stuff. So we curse stuff, and now if they have 10% damage or 10% HP, they die. This is actually interesting, because the net total will actually higher my clearing speed. Yep, and that it does. And I don't lose anything for it. That's a very funny thought. See, this is why we're doing this live on stream, guys, because you help me to develop new ideas. Because else I would have called it a day and made a YouTube video now, right? Well, I'll just call it a day and make a YouTube video where we're good. Like, people are going to like this, right? But we're trying to min-max things, and like, I mean, we're trying for leaderboard. And if we actually could use this skill, not for cooldown reduction, because again, I don't need my Bone Storm to be cooldown reduction, right? But if we could use this skill now effectively to kill things faster, I mean, 10% life and then they die, cool. Even if it's only the normal mobs, but like the normal mobs instantly dying is quite something to consider. It just makes everything faster. Hazard Man, greetings to Phoenix. Yeah, that's actually nice. I like it. Now I can make 10 YouTube videos about like how see chat, now we can make 10 YouTube videos how Decrepify changed everything. But all like we can like, you're playing Necro wrong. That's the title. Okay. Stop doing this. He's using this skill wrong. Listen. I have seen the light. You sacrifice Bone Storm to get Decrepify. You don't use barrier, only fortify. Yeah, but why would you do that, Anne? It's way too much fun. Oh, what other skill would you use? That's more my question, confusion, because I'm like already, I don't need Decrepify technically. I have like one complete free skill slot that I can't put anything into. Because we have endless essence, so we don't need basic skills. Like anyways, like if I have to use a basic skill, I'm gonna throw up and cry. The whole point of playing. Can you show the critical strike damage stats? We currently have 600% only. It's kind of weak. Pretty weak, Chad. Yeah, Flicker Step is so S tier. Okay, that build is just exactly how I imagine it to be, but people are going to hate when I recommend them a build where you just need like a billion items again for. Well, we've proven that it works without Flicker Step, though. I want to get to a tier 100 boss, Chan. Okay, we need a tier 100 glyph with a tier 100 boss so we can kill that too today. The Cold Necro, we just said that tomorrow. So, okay, in case you missed it, in case you just joined the stream because you've been missing out on all the fun before, shame on you, 5 push-ups. But realistically, tomorrow we're going to start our Summoner Necro level journey because I always make 2 Necros per season, guys. I make 2 level 100 Necros and completely fill them out because I'm crazy. But yeah, these 2 Necros, like we're tomorrow going to level with a Shadow Summoner Necro. We're going to do Army of the Dead. We're going to do everything like the full Summoner route, 1 to 60 speed run. Should be doable in like 7 hours. Yeah. Hogging the seasonal mechanic, hogging vaults, like it's gonna be really fun, and I can't wait for it personally. And I think we're gonna have like a beautiful time. We're gonna be laughing. I'm gonna put on the speed run timer too, so we can see how fast we actually are. We're gonna be pumping the seasonal mechanic. We're gonna be pumping vaults. We're gonna we have to do obviously the season. Oh, I died. Oops. So we obviously have to do the. We have to do the seasonal mechanic. We have to rush through that. See how fast we get there.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm not sure if we're gonna do it completely solo or if we have someone join us, but we might probably just do it completely solo. I mean, if we have someone join us, then it's just like a little bit faster because we get that beautiful level XP. Probably whoever just wants to make a new character. I don't actually know what I died to. Oh, I died to death, to death poles. Oh, I'm such a like absolutely doofus copter, Chad. I'm wondering, why did I die there, Chad? Well, death poles, you stupid idiot. Like, obviously you died there. Why wouldn't you die to death poles? God. Streamer is stupid. Thank you. Oh, what are you doing here? I feel like, by the way, and call me crazy on this, Chad, but death poles and also Avenger are way stronger than they ever used to be. Now you can call me crazy, but I am certain. Hardcore when? Oh, I don't play hardcore. Hardcore I do in the bedroom with my wife, not your mom. But not in the game. Okay. Finally, Coalesce Blood. We've been looking for this all the time, and the rest is completely useless, and I hate it. Rank stall, macabre skill, death reach, damage reduction, shadow damage over time, and strength. Wow, how could you be so promising and then just bend me over? Sadness. Let's show sadness. It gave me hope. I had hope again, Chad. Dreams, aspirations. I wanted to believe, you know? And then it's just like, yep, how about no? You might get only 925 gear. It makes it easier to sort through gear though, right? Because before you always had to look, is it 925? now I just, like, it's just, oh yeah, it's 925 anyways. There's still a shit ton of gear to go through and a shit ton of useless gear to go through. But in my eyes, I am way more enjoying looking at loot. And at the end of season 2, I hated looking at loot. And I think it's a net total fantastic change. You hate that uniques don't drop. I have gotten 20 uniques in the last 2 days from doing hardcore vaults. So what do you think about this build, guys? Bloodlines build? We're good? Oh, we wanted to do the Paragon board again. Okay, so now comes the interesting part, chat. Let's redo the Paragon board. So I reset everything. Good. We start standard. So you need the damage. We're going to try to take absolute minimal what we need. So we're going to leave this 2% life left open, even though we need all the max life nodes. We're just going to take absolutely minimalistic needs here right now, correct? Here is going to be the corporal glyph because that's more physical damage, and we do only do physical damage, and these nodes are getting stronger, so that's good. And we go in, and technically the number 1 board we need is the bloodbath board, and there's like no question about it because we have to take a lot of stuff on the bloodbath board. And the only way to enter the bloodbath board is technically also from here, because we need to take the overpower, and we need to take this, right? That and that. There's like no way. We have to waste these points. I mean, it's only like that, but if I go in from here, it's not more. Technically, you want this because this is damage while fortified, right? And we fortify. Like, too good to not take. But the same is with this node up here because it's also too good to not take. This is like so frustrating with, like, it's so annoying because you need all of these because they're so good. Every single one of them is so good. Okay, now that we freaked out a little bit, you would go down here and you would also take the damage while fortified, and technically you would be taking the 2 dexterity nodes. And this is why I see this be a dexterity thingy for essence, because right now we can take dex, and I can also take dex, and then I need to leave the board, and I essentially can do this perfectly over more dex nodes. So we have 44 dex taken, but I don't need to do anything bonus for this, right? Everything is just on the road. But I've already invested a significant amount of points, and technically I really want to go here because it's more damage while fortified and it's more maximum life, which is so damn good. And as we leave this board right now, we technically do need to get the Blood Baguettes board, but what we also need is the Bone Graft board. And the Bone Graft board has, again, one single reason to be had, and that is for this goddamn node. Because this is Essence on Kill, Maximum Essence, and Maximum Essence. And this is so good, it's like I don't even want to talk about this. And here you have like the same thing going on as with the other board. You're natively going over a bunch of dexterity nodes. The only other node you're kind of going over here would potentially be willpower. So you could put in the imbiber because we might also just take this willpower and then just, you know, go into that willpower. But it wouldn't be good because I don't even have 25 willpower in this one, right? Not even 25, not even activated. It's kind of like a stinker. We'll ignore that. Makes me technically only be able to go like with exploit. Because exploit you can just go normally through again. Like there's dex, and then you activate it. Boom, activated. That's it. Nothing more. You can even skip that one. Then you would have to go into the Blood Baguettes board because technically this node is too good because we're consistently always picking up blood orbs and it's a 15% damage multiplier. But how do I get into this board without hating life? I mean, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you're here already. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're here already. Because you need to combine these anyways. Like you're either going 5 in that direction or you're going 5 in this direction. The same, right? You do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you would go here because this is overpower, 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 overpower. Then you get the legendary node, right? But you also do not want to miss out on the glyph because it would be stupid to miss out on the glyph. And this is also damage while picking up blood orbs. So why would you miss out on this? And it's damage while healthy, which is in the damage while bucket. The damage while bucket is insane. You notice how this is slowly making me go crazy because I just hate everything about this. And this is overpower back here. Right? You want to go for the glyph, and this is overpower. But the thing about the overpower is that in order to get to the overpower, you are forced to go over dex nodes. You have no choice. You have to go over dex nodes. So technically, the essence glyph we put earlier would actually have to go here. Or the exploit glyph. But if we do this with the exploit glyph right here to activate it, because it's so naturally easy to go through the dex thingies, we don't have a glyph for this one. You notice where this is making me sad? Damage while is good. Damage while is its own damage bucket. So if I pull out pain right now, because I like pain, right? Let's make this black so you're not losing your shit. So that's black now. So you have different damage buckets and they're going to be red. Red is now your weapon damage. Okay, so this is your weapon damage. Then you have a damage bucket that is, for example, your vulnerable damage. Okay, and then you have another damage bucket, and that damage bucket is your crit damage. That's a C. Then there is also your core skill damage, which kind of works together with all damage and some other stuff. So that's kind of core skill damage. Then there's another damage bucket, which is actually the whole damage. Then you have another damage bucket, which is a whole damage while bucket. That's the W bucket, or the DW, the damage while. And these damage buckets are all working multiplicative with each other. The damage while bucket is damage while healthy, damage while fortified, damage while in werewolf form, and that kind of stuff. It's all like kind of together. And I boot my nose on the microphone. But they're all in the damage while bucket, kind of. Oh, there's overpower, yes. And then there's overpower, which is its own kind of thingy as well on top of everything. And that's why damage while is actually surprisingly interesting. I don't actually know where damage 4 or 5 seconds after picking up blood orbs. I think that goes kind of into all damage bucket, if I'm not mistaken. But the bonus damage after picking up blood orbs essentially multiplies then with the overpower as well. Which makes it good. So the only reason we need the bone graft board is because of this. But what glyph can we put in there, chat? Now I need you. If we're going for mobilytics, and this is my #1 trick, in case you ever wonder how to do this, guys. If you go into mobilytics, you go build planner, you pull up the necromancer, go into the Paragon board, and then you're going to pull out the bone graft board. And now you're going to check which glyph works best for this. So we're going to pull out the abyssal. Abyssal is a dexterity glyph. As you can see, there's quite some dex. Then we have amplify. Amplify has a lot of intelligence. There's a lot of intelligence too. That's kind of cool. Blood drinker is also intelligence, but we don't want to play blood drinker. And then you have, last but not least, a willpower glyph. And willpower is really shitty for this one. So you can completely forget about willpower. That kind of makes the only viable choices to be dex. Or some other stuff. But dex also is so easy to be covered here. I mean, we could also cover willpower here, but my problem is that we need this, but we don't need that. So it's kind of like we are going over the dex here. So it makes kind of like no sense for me to not go for dex in that case. Otherwise, it would take an intelligence node, but I'm not using a single intelligence node for this build. There's no intelligence I use. There's nothing. There's like no intelligence that makes sense to be used in any capacity. And there's not enough dex to make the dex worth it. I mean, we have how many dex thingies do we have here? Right, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only 7 nodes, and we will miss out on these 2. 7 nodes is only 35 dex. That's kind of weak. Okay, let's say we would go for Essence, Chan. Just like leave this on hold. Now we could leave the board on here. Like very simple. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Leave the board. And since we're using Corpse Explosion, you got to go into the Flesh Eater board. Right? That's Corpse Explosion. For the Flesh Eater board, the best way in has always been from here. And you kind of want to take the critical strike damage there. And you want to take the Flesh Eater. And we have 42 points left. And you really, really, really do actually want to take the damage versus elites because it's too good. But here, same point as before. You're kind of going over the damage to elites. So you're picking up all the dex nodes and another dex node. Right? I've only picked up dex. But what we need is we need the Dominate Glyph. Because if we're not taking Dominate Glyph, we're missing out on 200% overpower damage. So now we would be kind of forced to do this. And then we would have to do that. And we would only be at 34 willpower, which is not a lot. That's kind of weak. And we also have only 24 points left. Which then brings us out, and we technically need Cult Leader. And technically in the not Cult Leader, Jesus Christ, what am I talking about? I'm drunk. We technically would need Send of Death, finally, because we need this one. Because this is a flat 15% damage reduction that we would else miss out on. And that flat 15% damage reduction comes also with a chunk of critical strike damage. And that's it then. Or we miss out on the glyph. And that glyph is the perfect willpower glyph. So now we redid this Paragon board. And we're actually missing a glyph down here. Wait, which board was this one again? That was the Bloodbath board. What is the Bloodbath board good for? Now I went through all of this and Bloodbath board. Okay, well, what are you good for? So you are Dexterity. There is so many Dexterity nodes. This is bullshit. Straight up robbery, to be honest. Then you have Amplify. There's a lot of, that's also bullshit. I don't accept that. I could level Amplify because I'm using a curse right now. So that's actually an option. And for willpower, it's a stinker. This is the like. What level should you do? Elias 55. Is vulnerable damage really worth it? Is it OP? Crit damage not better? Well, you have done both. You have vulnerable and crit. The vulnerable damage is just in for the multiplier because right now this is dealing damage to vulnerable enemies increases your damage by 10%. Boom. I mean, down here, you could be taking Amplify. I don't have this leveled up yet. We need to level up Amplify because Amplify is damage versus cursed. We could also level up Sacrificial, no active minions. And Sacrificial is super easy to take because we could get rid of all the dex nodes. We're going over int. And then on the way out, we take this int instead of the dex. And then we just take one more int and I have 6 more points. That's actually huge. That's huge. So with these 6 points, I could take that one if I wanted to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can take that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I technically need 8 because this would be another 8% max life. Is there any way to get 8, Chan? I mean, I could also use these 8 to go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the question would be, can we just dump Send of Death, maybe? I could dump Send of Death, but if you dump Send of Death, you're losing 50% damage reduction. You notice how that stings? This makes me very, very unhappy in many ways. Problem is that Send of Death is, for example, the perfect. I have a thought. But that would be bad. What if we screw this overpower damage and this completely and just activate the glyph here? What if we screw everything in this board and just activate the glyph, chat? I mean, sure, we would be losing some like we'd be losing some overpower, right? We were like 66% overpower, you know. But I would be saving like a gazillion points. Well, what do you think? Like I like this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like plenty. But instead, I could go into this board to actually activate all the, like, this would be like way more for this one, so the glyph would be stronger. And I could get all the crit nodes. And I see right now we could go for this. And all in all, it's like, it's still a good board. I mean, I lost some armor. I still have my good attack power, so we're still powerful. But we lost some overpower, so we lost 400% overpower, and we lost 100 critical strike damage to that. I'm not sure if that feels so much better right now. All right, let's take this for a spin, that new Paragon board. Sucks you can't save Paragon trees. It would be good if you could save Paragon trees at least. I can understand that they don't allow us to save like gear or so on, but Paragon trees seems like something that should easily be doable, right? Like Paragon profiles. I mean, I don't need a full-blown armory because I understand you're not able to do this. But Paragon profiles, like, I don't understand much about coding, but for my humble armchair developer opinion, and I have a very strong armchair developer opinion, right? I kind of feel like that it should be possible. And I think my fellow armchair developers in the chat, they would agree, right? And if we get a bunch of armchair developer opinions together, we should be able to tell Blizzard to get their shit together right now. I mean, we don't need everything at once, correct? I mean, like, in steps, just give me profiles for skills and give me profiles for Paragon boards. That would already be fantastic. I can swap my gear. I mean, come on, gear swapping is the least intensive part. I just have everything listed up correct in my box, and then I swap that, sure. But giving me the ability to have a Paragon board saved, you know how much time that actually saves by swapping the builds? So quick. So that's what I actually want. And I feel like they feel like they need to make everything work at the same time, right? Meister Herzlos, thank you for the 70 centuries of support, ladies and gentlemen. Meister Herzlos with 70 months of subscriptions. 70 months. By the way, chat, how many pearls do you have already? Pearl count in the chat. I'm not talking about your loft pearls you got hidden. For the extra kinky time? No. I'm talking about the pearls of warding. They're protecting you. And you can't tell me that this is intended, Chan. Because Blizzard did make a mistake there, right? We're right now getting up to 5 pearls of warding per nightmare dungeon, while only spending 2. No, actually, if you spend 0, you still get 4. That cannot be intended. That they went away from like making the resource extremely scarce to now we get infinite. Firefly multi-shot piercing and seeking. Yep, we already checked that out. It's potentially fun. And I'm currently sitting at a comfortable, I'm sitting at 214, and it's just getting more every single run. Now with the flicker step and the crapify, my cooldown reduction is even better and even less needed. You're so kind to show the actual gears and aspects. We can go over that in a second. Because there's a thought that we could change our boot aspects. We could actually change our boots to more damage, Chan. If you think about it right now. We could change our boots to more damage and extra CC. Another 10% multiplier if we wish so too. Unreasonable to a degree, but on the other hand, why not? Because right now we're using Flicker Stab, right? But at the same time as using Flicker Stab, we're actually using Decrepify. So we're already like cooldown reducing with all the things that we're doing. I know, actually, we're not cooldown reducing. Yep, that's true. We need the Flicker Stab, so we're not going to change the boots. I forgot that we actually are not cooldown reducing. No, we're using our Flicker Stab to kill things fast. We're using our Decrepify to kill things faster. Which is kind of cute, not going to lie. More money. I have a question in my mind. I'm not great with theorycrafting, but I play a game for fun and enjoy my minion builds. Why are Bloodmoon Breaches not obvious choice for minion mancers? It's simple because they don't just simply trigger. the trigger rate is just too low. And the only minion mancer that would profit from the Bloodmoon Breaches is the Blood Minion Mancer, Fable Fortitude. So, and the Blood Minion Mancer is way weaker than the Shadow Minion Mancer. Also, the Blood Minion Mancer needs another Pans to actually be tanky enough with max minion life on it to be able to play. Because the problem is that when you're using the Blood Moon Breaches, you're going to be missing out on max minion life on your Pans. And if you miss out on max minion life on your Pans, what happens? Exactly, you're useless. Because if you don't have max minion life going on, how are you then going to like have your minions survive things? So yeah, that's where the Blood Moon Breaches are a nice thought, but the stats on the Blood Moon Breaches are essentially useless. And whoever came up with the Blood Moon Breaches, they had a good intention. Don't get me wrong, they definitely had a good intention, but like again, good intention didn't lead to good execution. And I again don't want to be mean, but yeah. So that's 2 pearls of warding, Chad, right? Plus 2, I spend 3. And there's another 2 pearls of warding here. So that's 4 pearls of warding now. And I think there's the potential for another pearl of warding from this one. Or from the tenor. I'm not sure. So you can get in total. Yeah, there's another pearl of warding. So ta-da! Oh, there's another one. 6. Whee! So I spent 3 and I got 6. Tell me that's intended, Chan. Tell me to my face that's intended. Why did you swap the SM7B out in the first place, Herzlos? Oh, because I had money to spare and I needed to make expenses. So I bought a new microphone and I thought I would sound better with a new microphone. But it turns out that, you know, I still sound like Mickey Mouse. Money well spent, though. Money well spent. But yeah, you don't have to swap away from the SM7B. If it fits your style of voice, very good. SM7B is a microphone, by the way, Chad. So if it fits your style of voice very well, then you would not in any capacity actually swap away from it. Unless, you know, like the SM7B, which is a rather boomy microphone, and you sound like Mickey Mouse, like me. And you want like a microphone that more fits like the height and lows of your voice, because you sound like Mickey Mouse. Thank you for listening. Oh, you want to have the one right now to the SM7B. Oh, the SM7B is great if it fits your voice, Meister Hatzlos. So again, coming back, generally microphone knowledge, Chad. Like if you do not have a bassy, boomy voice and you have a microphone that tends to make voices bassy and boomy, you can do that, but it will not fit your natural voice color style. And it might be better to take one that is more in the highs, more in the lows, to just like boost your natural affinity, even though your natural affinity is shit. How does Bloodlines build do against bosses, single targets? We can go to a Varshan quickly to show you. So you see how it does. But it does do fantastic. I need to go to Varshan anyways, but yeah, you just poop on him. And then you poop all over him again. I actually do have to do a lot of Varshans for the ring, so we might just do like a bunch of Varshans now in a row. And again, I don't think your vulnerable damage cliff works efficiently in this build. Flat damage plus OP plus crit damage will be better, or am I wrong? You're wrong. You might have missed this, but vulnerable works with overpower and works with crit damage together. I mean, they changed in general how overpower vulnerable crit actually works, but everything profits from everything. So, like when I, you know, do an overpower, that gets multiplied by my crit damage and by my vulnerable. but only to a certain percentual value. Yes, Yuhi. Sorry if that wasn't clear to you. We might have been talking past each other, but in Season 2, there was an update to... yeah, multiplicative, exactly. In Season 2, there was an update to Overpower, because before Overpower and Crit was kind of like a bit weird with each other, and Overpower and Vulnerable was a bit weird with each other, and that got changed. So you're probably working with Season 1 knowledge, and that's why Season 3 knowledge is now like, why the fuck is he doing this? No problem. I'm offended, and I expect you to do 5 push-ups now. This is the new rule for the channel. to have everyone be more sporty. Here, my essence is completely full, and I just stand on the side, and I just hold down the button, right? And we just get our essence burned quickly, and then he's dead. Cool. Done. Maybe I can finally get an amulet from him. Who knows? Also now, like, since this is Varshan, there is a thought while you're fighting him and you have a lot of lucky hit guys. So this was now with a potent blood, okay? But since your corpse tendrils are not working that well against Varshan, we're going to take the exposed flesh. Where is it? We just recently found one. Yeah, 42, 48, but it doesn't have lucky hit chance. This has lucky hit chance, so we're going to take this one. I'm going to put this on. Yep, it's fine. So this one is now a vulnerable into gain essence back. So instead of now using my blood orbs, because against Varshan, we don't have that many blood orbs. And in this one-on-one boss situation, since you can always make that boss vulnerable, Mooful, thank you for the 5 gifted. Also, Yemlo, thank you for the subscription. Vote, thank you for the 49 months of support. And chat, don't forget there's also a horse for you if you give 2 subs away. So congratulations on the new horse. Don't forget to claim that because you just won one. Oh, I forgot to reset. Thank you, chat. I'm talking too much. Thanks, Pyro, also for your 8 months of support. Don't forget to reset, Reldar. How dare you to correct me? That's 5 as well. I've been fat most of my life, but last 6 months I lost 24 kilograms. Congratulations. What did you do to change? Like, if you want to share your journey. And I've lost since start of the year like 5 kilograms, I think 6. By simply adding more 20-minute workouts into my plan. I mean, it's almost every single day a 20-minute workout at this point. But it's just like a full body heavy lifting 20-minute workout, because why not? I'm still eating what I want, measured though, but just adding like more workouts. And it's working plenty fine. Why are you using C? I can break that down to you. So now we have the like vulnerable damage essence regen, and you notice how that is working as well. Like I'm holding down my 2 button, right? And that's it. Like not doing anything else, just holding down the 2 button. Then we're gonna go like into Blood Mist for a second. Oh, Curse, don't forget that because it's bonus damage and he's dead. That's where it might be working a little bit better against bosses. So why are we using Corpse Explosion? First, if we actually go for the exposed flesh, it's bonus lucky hit chance. Second, we're using corpse tendrils, and we want as many corpse tendrils as possible at any given time possible, because corpse tendrils give us blood orbs, and blood orbs give us bonus blood lances, so more damage. And if we're already having like corpse tendrils going, then we might as well get automatic corpse tendrils to have double the amount of corpse tendrils together with then corpse explosions. Corpse explosions gives you bonus essence back as well for every single corpse. Plus, they actually give you 9% multiplicative damage. Plus, they give you 40% multiplicative damage on eating up 5 corpses. Yeah. So why use corpse explosion? For that, you know? So I've been following your 35 to 60 blood surge build. I wait till 60 to do Elias. I mean, you can do Elias at 55 with a blood surge build, but it might be a challenge if you're unused to the build. So you should wait for 60 potentially. It's how you feel about it. There's a link to this build. No, you have to wait for tomorrow. I'm very sorry for this. If you want to see how the build was built, you can go back to the start of the stream. That's very easy on YouTube, by the way. Thank you, YouTube. But yeah, the build will have a full mobile. Oh God, I'm so stupid. I didn't reset again. I hate this right now. So, there will be a full mobile tomorrow with the full build guide and everything. I haven't decided. I haven't made it yet. Piotr, thank you for the gifted. But wait, no, for the sub for the 3 months. Wait, Piotr, I'm confused. It says you're new subbing, but you're also 3 months subscribed. Okay, I'll take it, Piotr. Double. Derave, thank you also for the 44. Grüße nach Mönchengladbach. Hardog. Haven't been there ever yet. But yeah, you 3 months in advance. See, Piotr, now it makes sense because I was so confused because it showed me like your new sub and you're subbing for 3 months already. It's kind of like, huh? Huh? What's happening? System not systeming. The minion aspects work on it. Honestly, I do not know if the minion aspects in which capacity work on the companion, and I cannot tell you in good conscience that it is working or not. Oh wow, he just fell over. What happened? He just fell over, Chan. What happened? Did anyone see the number? Because he was just suddenly he was gone. Did he trip? Yeah, it seemed like he tripped over my lands there. I was standing a bit too close to him. Any predictions on the upcoming patch in a few days? There's an assumption there's a patch. Assumption. But minimal tweaks and twerks. I mean, if you expect Season 3 to vastly change, you're in for a surprise. The only thing that might happen is minimal tweaks and twerks to stones to make them a bit better. Maybe some drop chances, like some minor balancing, blah, whatsoever. But there's no more major changes coming. How's Bloodlands going? Fantastic. We're killing bosses. We're also destroying tier 100 dungeons. Like we actually added Decrepify to this, guys. But the only reason to add Decrepify, and this might surprise you, was not to get cooldown reduction. We are actually using it for killing enemies with 10% or less life. By the way, we get a new ring. That's good. Could you show what uniques you're using? You need the Mutilator Plate. So for Bloodlands to really work, it's Mutilator Plate. That's the new plate. It simply gives you 20% multiplicative more damage on your Bloodlands, which is nice. Follow that up with a Flicker Step. That is not mandatory. Lidless Wall is mandatory at this point. And then the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, which I would also call mandatory. Okay. When is the build coming out? Tomorrow. So for the people that don't know this, I'm from Germany, Matthew. For me, it is 2 p.m. Actually, my solar panel people are going to come very soon and cut my energy out. So I'm actually waiting right now for the solar panel people to come because they need to... What do you call the electricity counter? What do you call it? The thing that's inside your electricity thingy and that's counting the electricity. What do you call that in English? Electricity meter. Yeah, they have to replace that because I got solar panels and I have 2. One is for heating, one is for normal, and they have to replace one of them. Like put them together on one. Oh, this one is actually really good. And oh wow, while healthy, blood orbs grant 20 essence. Ladies and gentlemen, the holy grail. I have not in my 2,000 hours of this game. 2,000 hours, Chan. I wish I was over-exaggerating. I play this way too much. In my 2,000 hours of this game, I have never seen one before. And I cannot, for the love of God, get the amulet I'm looking for. Chat, this is 20 essence per goddamn... Holy... But currently, we're using one that gives us 17, and this is 20. It's kind of nice. But also for the boss fight, we're currently using a like an exposed flesh. So just for the boss fight, because it's actually better for the boss fight. Why do you do all items and then all junk instead of just all junk, Banana? Because I'm stupid. I don't have a good answer for you. It's mostly because I'm stupid. Sorry. The one and only. Haven't been for a long time. Not really into these games, but I'm happy to see that your positivity helped you find a new niche. I'm like, at this point, we're doing everything. The one and only. I mean, you might have missed this, but we had Pell World. We had, what was before Pell World? We did some Elden Ring. We didn't have Diablo 4 now for quite a while. We did some Diablo 3, we did Diablo Immortal, we did Diablo 2. We played Hearthstone Battlegrounds quite a lot recently again. So it's literally been everything that you could imagine and whatever we feel like. You can repeat this dungeon now. You could always repeat this dungeon. What about the unique amulet and pants for the Bloodlands build? Well, so the amulet we have and we're not using. And the reason for that is it would ruin the whole build. Now, I know this sounds a little bit confusing why that would be ruining the whole build, but like we cannot use the Banished Lord's Talisman right now because we would lose attack speed. Now, the question rather is, what is better? Having the attack speed or not? Because right now your choice is Banished Lord's Talisman or 50% bonus attack speed. If you have higher crits, that's good, but it's going to make you slower dungeon clearing. 13k armor, is that with Juggernaut armor? No, I don't run a single armor thing, okay? So the fun part about this amount of armor here right now is this is without anything. This is just 25% armor roll here, 25% armor roll there, and also 25% armor roll on the amulet. Nothing. No disobedience. Nothing. What about the pants, though? The pants are useless. I mean, you could get 70% more multiplicative overpower damage, and it's not bad, but I would be losing my Bone Storm barrier that allows me to zoom through nightmare dungeons without taking damage. Now, again, if the gauntlet chat, if that is going to be not a tier 100 dungeon, then we might be able to use that, okay? If chat, the capstone dungeon is not a tier 100, we don't know yet for sure, 100%, they might still change things, then we might not need the barrier to stay alive, because tier 70 dungeons are a fucking joke. And if that applies, and we could go through like there's no tomorrow, well, chat, then let me tell you, things are gonna change in every single build. And I would love that, because then it's suddenly not about clearing tier 100s anymore. It's actually never about clearing tier 100s, it's about clearing tier 190s, right? Build will have a guide in roughly 12 hours, 14 hours. I mean, I need to sleep before. So you get that in the German morning. I might try to get the mobalytics done today so I can put this below in the video. So as soon as the mobalytics is done, it's going to land in the video description, right? But yeah, you have to be a bit patient with me. I'm only one man. I don't have an editor, you know. I'm recording these things, I'm cutting these things, I'm getting everything done for you. Well, I'm a little one-man army that does get the content out to you in time. But there's only that much a man can do while still not neglecting the wife and the children. Please give me a perfect ring. This is the only thing I need right now is a perfect ring roll. You know, Seneschal IRL, I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't need a Seneschal IRL, chat? By the way, if you haven't watched it, guys, there's also a very good Uber Malphus video up. Yeah? There's a very good Uber Malphus video up. Guys, what do you do when someone writes something absolutely stupid under your YouTube video? Do you call him stupid or do I tell him why he's wrong? Ooh. But he wrote it in a condescending tone. I don't do well with condescending tones, chat. I really don't. It has to do something with how I grew up, I guess. But if you... Oh, doorbell. Shit. Person. Come on. Die. Yeah, chat, these are the electricity people, so there's me running now, but I'll promise you one thing. I'll do the mobalytics on my phone. So the stream is going to be done. This VOD of the stream is going to go live around 6 p.m. today, so in 4 hours. And then there should be a mobalytics in, okay? Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., straight up the full guide about this build. Now I have to run. So good night. Love to have you all there. Thank you for being with me. Like killer day everywhere. YouTube, Twitch, completely. Shout out. Don't forget to like the stream. Drop a like right now. See you soon.